Organized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
The 610 Sports Radio phone brought to you by Under Law Injury Lawyers. Visit GetJim.com.
Chiefs coverage on 610 Sports is brought to you by Park and Go. Book parkandgo.com.
Park and Go makes airport parking fast and stress-free. Stay clear from the winter elements with covered parking and free instant shuttles. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
All right, back in gold. Quite the start to the show today. All over the place a little bit. Thanks to Vic Quintino
in a good way
for joining us. Yeah, look, and very excited. A lot of early interest already on future internships for this show.
I did check out that guy's TikTok. He does have 75,000 followers on there. He's not lying. He did not give us the password until the interview is confirmed.
Is he really willing to just relinquish?
Well, maybe let's be featured on there.
I think I made it pretty clear, Cody. I want the account. Yeah.
We're going
to change the whole branding?
To the Cody and Gold TikTok.
Actually, that's not really how social media works. Then we're just going to have a bunch of followers that don't care about our show, who are more.
Yeah, all of his things are based or joke-based.
They're going to all unfollow us. Like, this isn't what I signed up for.
I don't even remember this account. Maybe we could just do, but maybe we could do joke house. People's houses for sale that aren't even for sale. That gets us in trouble.
That's probably not a good
idea. Like they are. Like, look how nice this house is. It's not for sale, but, it's nice.
Sometimes it does feel like you just the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
The stream of consciousness, if that makes sense. Either way, find out how this goes. By the way, those asking, someone just said, do you guys just give up on the live stream? The answer is no. We were having some technical difficulties, and now we aren't. Are we officially live, Nick?
Yes.
Problem solved.
Part of your internship, you can learn how to troubleshoot that.
That's what I had to do in the break.
That's kind of how that's going to go.
Or maybe you have some better videography skills than the ones that we possess.
Very possible. All right, let's talk a little bit about Chris Jones, because I think we all assume that Chris Jones is back. Chris Jones is getting a long-term deal. Chiefs are going to have to pony up the money. Guy had 15.5 sacks a year ago in the postseason, finally got over the hump there, gets his second ring. But on the flip side, what does it look like a decision as an organization to say, you know what, that $120+ million, we don't want that tied into one player. We think we can count on our defense, on wide receiver, whatever, and make this team better. Is that a route that you could actually live with? Because I don't think that's the route they're going, but let's play along here a little bit.
What happened to that
spreading it around for 3 players versus 1? It's awfully hard for anybody to sell me on that one. I just saw Chris Jones put out 15.5 sacks in a full season with a new defensive line coach that basically they called their shot back in training camp. We just had a baseball player on. And then in the postseason, Chris Jones was causing all kinds of issues for Joe Burrow and was impactful against Jalen Hurts. Even if the sack number wasn't there, he still was a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles.
So here's the thing. My question would always be, what is the comparable to what I just assumed they would replace Chris with? And even if they spread that money around and they pay 3 different players, I'm expecting a 50% drop from last year's sack total, but only a 25% drop off from what would be a typical sack total for Chris Jones. The problem is that the reason why I can't get past this being even like an idea you can consider is cannot replace players that dominant with any number of additional players. Like, it doesn't matter if you can sign 3 defensive linemen and a wide receiver with the amount of money you're getting ready to pay Chris Jones. You cannot replace that production. Even if you take that exact money and try to just replace him with again, not even position for position. Say you're going to take the $25 million a year you're going to pay him, and instead you're going to pay the receiver. That's not as worth it in defense with Patrick Mahomes. The difference for me is, and the reason why I think they've gotten away with not paying offensive players, is Patrick Mahomes will cover a lot of your flaws. Chris Jones is what covers everyone else's flaws. That he's the Patrick Mahomes of the defense in that regard. He's who makes everyone else look better. He's the one who makes the other defensive line, the secondary, the linebackers. He's the one who covers up all the problems. I think, honestly, you could see a drop-off. They were at the 15th best defense this year. I think even if you took that money and you spent it somewhere else, you didn't save it, you spent it all on players that you were trying to replace Chris Jones with, I think you could tangibly expect 5 to 7 spots worse on defense than you were this year. You would be the 22nd, 23rd ranked defense. And that's huge.
I think what they have to know, and they do know the answer to this, is in their projections, how dominant of a player can he be in 2 years? Is there a off? If not, then this is pretty simple, and they're going to be able to continue and give him the contract that he wants, and I think they will do that. But are you concerned at all, like that crossing over 30 in 2 years, he's not the same type of player? Or do you think special talents that when you're that damn good that you can play for the most part at age 32 into your age 33 season? Because I think that is always the question you have. You're paying, you're certainly getting the new contract because you're coming off a career year, but
sure.
also you're still paying, thinking you're getting that production going in the future.
So you're getting a 4-year deal, and for 2 of those years, you expect the same version of Chris Jones. Also, interior defensive linemen can have a run that goes into their 30s. This is why, like, I know we're having the argument of what does it look like if he's not paid? Worse. So much worse. That's the answer. They are a significantly worse team. It is the single biggest drop-off from it. Like, if you said, hey, take any player off the team, them the least. Okay, so Patrick Mahomes first, Travis Kelce second, Chris Jones third. That is the biggest drop-off from a quality of team standpoint on the entire roster. And when you're talking about that, the good news about Chris Jones is you're not even worried. Like, there's a chance you'll get 4 years of high-level production. That's not even out of the question. Sometimes you sign these deals, dude, and you know that you're buying 4 years, and really you're only trying to pay for 2, and you're going to probably want that out in year 3 because the cost-benefit analysis isn't going to hit. And you're going to say, nah, we're good and we're getting out of this. The reason why you do it with Chris Jones, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get 4 years of payoff on this guy. Because who would have thought, by the way, when you signed him the last time, he was going through every year of it? Because right now, you want Chris Jones on? He signed a 4-year deal the last time. You interested in getting Chris Jones? The answer is no, right? You might be able to buy 4 more years of contract with him where you're not even asking him to leave. And if he is bad in the final year, it'll look exactly like this year where you could save $20 million if you cut him. You're just in no position to even consider that right now.
Even if you think he's not going to have 15 and a half sacks and he's going to drop down to an 11 to 12 sack guy, that's a lot of sacks that you're trying to replace. There's certainly no, even with 3 guys, there's no guarantee that you're getting 13, 14, 15 and a half sacks from 3 additions. You would like to think that that's the case. And also that money wouldn't all just automatically go on the defensive line. That would be used in other areas. Yeah, and that was just a hypothetical because we all think he's going to be back in Kansas City, but just interesting. There's been cases, other teams in the league have certainly approached it this way, where they felt like it was better to go a certain direction with multiple players versus putting it all on one, which will get us back into something we'll get to in the Chiefs Red Half Hour, which is because you're in the middle of this potential dynasty and all that. Does that change your thought process and how you go about with your offseason? And in this case, with a potential Chris Jones deal as well. And the folks decided even went through for free agency, and they predicted every team's best agent that they will sign. So our friend Matt Verderam works over at Fansided. This wasn't an article from him, but still his website. And the player they listed for the Chiefs doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The best free agent that Fansided predicts the Chiefs will sign is a running back. And his name is Josh Jacobs.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not even...
Here's what they said.
Okay.
They said, this is a spicy one. That's where I should have had the Russell Wilson cut ready. That's
Spicy.
my fault. Kansas City Chiefs very well might be the best football team in the league right now, is what they say, with the way Patrick Mahomes is playing this season. Still, it's a committee and somewhat of a revolving door at running back. I just don't think when we all saw what Isaiah Pacheco just did, that you spend any bit of money on running back, and certainly don't need to go sign Josh Jacobs to do so. So I'm not worried about that at all.
By the way, how is that the best? Someone explain to me how this is the best option. Because, like, the Bears' best option was Juju Smith-Schuster. By the way, the answer for the Chiefs might be Juju Smith-Schuster, who is a free agent.
Yeah, and they did this article before the Super Bowl. I want to point that out. So even though it's been making the rounds, the article is not out post-Super Bowl. This was a pre-Super Bowl article.
But it's insane. But going into the Super Bowl, you still knew that Isaiah Pacheco had proven he was a worthy number 1 running back on a Super Bowl contending team. And we just talked about spending Chris Jones money. If you're spreading money around, There is no way that could be the answer. And by the way, if I'm spinning it, I'd rather just get Saquon. Like, if I'm just out here signing free agent running backs, then give me the freakiest one of them all.
Okay, actually, that does sound pretty cool.
Getting Saquon?
Hell yeah, why not?
Yeah, I know you guys are joking.
The
Clyde.
At that point, just draft
I'm not
Bijan
joking.
Robinson.
No, you know what? I'm not
well,
joking.
that would be better than signing a running back to
Come
a
on.
3-year deal.
Get
that
a free pitcher.
might pay him is more money than any other running back in football, which is what
You
Saquon
got 2
Barkley-
titles in the bank.
You don't need to.
You're
spend
playing with
money on
house
running back.
money. You're playing with house money. Let's go have some fun.
But bad organizations make moves like that.
But good organizations can sometimes make moves like that.
No, good organizations just signed Leonard Fournette for the ninth
One
time.
bad move doesn't make you a bad organization.
It can
Be
derail
the
your
Clyde
dynasty.
Edwards-Helaire draft
But that's
pick.
fine. Okay, that's fine. Get derailed for a little bit. We have another comeback.
For fun.
Yeah.
You know, for the fun things.
Exactly.
I just think if you're looking at the biggest free agents the Chiefs can sign,
Yeah, Juju's very high on the list.
Juju may be number
Yeah.
one. That
I
might
don't-
be
I
the
told you,
highest level free agent you are capable of securing in this.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be all that active in free agency. In general, I've said that a couple times. I don't think they're going to be ultra aggressive in free agency. And so maybe there's not this huge splash signing. And so if there's a chance that bringing back Juju is the answer, that's fine with me. I don't think they need to go and make a huge free agent signing. I don't think that if you look at their roster and what they have, and a lot of their guys that are free agents, as we discussed yesterday, they're not superstar and star players. They're guys that were role players and important pieces for the organization. Like, do they want to bring back Noddy and or Saunders? There's a decision to be made there. That guy's a star, but they had a significant role at times for this football team. Those are the kind of free agents that they're losing that they might be bringing back. And there'll be another veteran or two they sign from free agency.
But they're not doing. There's going to be another year where Justin Reed is the biggest signing, right? Like 3 years, $35 million.
Yeah,
Anybody
if
see a
that.
deal like for a free agent perspective? Obviously, probably give Chris Jones a bigger contract than that.
Mm-hmm.
But because the only one bigger than that to me is Juju. It's the only one that's going to surpass those numbers we're talking about. Because we said we think maybe Juju Smith-Schuster's 3 for 60. Some people say he's maybe 3 for 45.
Yeah.
That is the highest end dollar amount I can see them spending on a free agent this offseason. I know that running backs don't cost anything. We've made that pretty clear. Like, to pay Josh Jacobs would only cost you $3, $4, $5 million a year, but it's not worth it. I don't even think it's worth it for the Raiders, a team who has very little talent on their roster to begin with.
Yeah, this is what James Palmer had to say. I believe he was on with the Drive the other day, talking about the future of Jerick McKinnon, which we were just discussing running backs, and here was his answer about how that could all look.
Andrew, he told me it's like church. It's every single week they go over this. Because I said, did you make the decision? Or did the coaching staff make the decision? Or did it happen in the huddle? He said, no decision had to be made. This is what we're taught each and every week, to go out and make plays in these situations, because we study and practice these situations. And that's where the value that you're mentioning comes in. And the value's in the dollars as well, as we break down this offseason, as he's set to be a free agent and cost him over a little more than $1 million this year, as you mentioned, leading all running backs in touchdown catches. It's because Patrick Mahomes believes that on the field and how he sees defenses, how he sees the game. This is a perfect example of Jerick McKinnon's value from Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and this coaching staff to what he brings to the entire offense. And we'll see what happens this offseason. He's 30 years old, but I do know there's some loyalty there with the Kansas City Chiefs in Jerick McKinnon's mind. 2 years ago, when he was leaving San Francisco, he thought his career was over. He told me this after the championship game. He got one phone call, and that was from Chiefs general manager Brett Veach to bring him in. That was the only interest he had in the league. So let's see what happens this offseason, because Jerick McKinnon was a brilliant player for the Chiefs in terms of what he did in plays like that, and also in protection of Patrick Mahomes, as well as catching and running the football out of the backfield, specifically at the price tag he played on.
So where there's not a ton of big-time money for running backs in free agency, especially this year, and for a running back like Jerick McKinnon, the loyalty part might actually play a bigger role. He mentioned that in that soundbite. When we're talking about a guy $50 or $60 million contract, the loyalty part only goes so far.
Dude, take the highest check everywhere almost.
We'll take the highest check, but I don't think that the gap is all that big. Like, McKinnon's not going to have an offer for $5 million more dollars somewhere else versus what Kansas is at. And it sounds like, based off of the injury history, is Paul out there. Like, McKinnon sounds very thankful that the Chiefs were the only team, Brett Veach, only guy that called him after his injury a couple of years ago and had interest, and maybe is loyal to that.
Checo is owed no money. He's a seventh-round pick for the next 3 years. Jerick McKinnon will cost like $3 million, and then you just go draft another run, like the 5th or 6th round again, and that's your unit. Or you sign whatever Ronald Jones, Melvin Gordon type running back. He's just floating around the streets because of how little you're going to use him. We already talked about how this team doesn't run the ball that much. It would honestly seem kind of silly. For the few years that Andy Reid had Jamal Charles, you're like, yeah, you should probably use him more. He's the best player on your entire offense right now. Or, because I was thinking in the early years of Travis Kelce. So it's like, Jamal Charles might be your most talented player. Give him the ball a lot. Now, I don't ever feel that way. I don't care who their running backs are going to be moving forward. I certainly don't want them to go after Josh Jacobs.
Gotta write something down. Nick's notable notes.
All right, got bombshell. I don't know. Can you consider the Athletics report on Russell Wilson to be a bombshell piece?
I mean, kind of. I mean, I just think we all
kind of assume that.
Yeah.
There's maybe some details to the stuff that we already have assumed was going on in Denver, which was Russell Wilson, an absolute asshat. So let's first go to the ending of his time in Seattle, where this piece that you can go check out on theathletic.com talks about how it was a mere then Russell Wilson went to Seahawks ownership, said fire Pete Carroll and John Schneider, and then like 2 days later they decided to then start pursuing a trade for Russell Wilson. As for his time in Denver, littered with mistakes and clearly lack of leadership, lack of any real sense of direction. First things first, Russell Wilson said, I want an office in the facility and I want all of my team, right? My trainers,
like
my coaches.
On a different floor.
Yeah, so I want to have an office, which you're not a coach, in the Broncos facility, which I'm sure it's like this at a lot of facilities. Locker rooms on the first floor. Above that is where the coaching office is. And people inside the Broncos organization said no player would ever come up to the second floor. If you were up on the second floor, it was usually a bad thing because that meant you were probably being called up there to get released. That's where Russell Wilson's office was. But guys, good news. He had an open door policy.
Oh, wow.
The quarterback, the franchise quarterback,
open door policy,
told his teammates, you guys can come in whenever you want. Melvin Gordon, Super Bowl champion running back with the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's right.
He said that the whole thing had whiteboards on it. And they would have motivational quotes and play designs, and he would always invite people to come up there and talk football. He also had a TV on, NFL Network, at all times, which just can't be good for
not
the
in
psyche
the
of a
worst
player.
year for NFL season.
Limited diarrhea.
Yeah, because, I mean, there was unlimited diarrhea being heaped on Russell Wilson. He was getting dumped on all season long. So the idea that he would presumably watching
by himself
everyone sucks all season. So I guess with about 2 weeks to go, he started relinquishing some of the things that he had been given by the Broncos.
Sean Payton walks in the door, man.
Well, that's the funniest part about the Sean Payton hiring is that when he asked for Pete Carroll to be fired in Seattle, he already had a replacement in mind for who should come in, which was Sean Payton. So now he gets his way. So even though it feels like maybe some things are changing for the better, I mean, they couldn't have been any worse in Denver, the fact that in a way, in a very big, substantial way, Russell Wilson is yet again getting what he asked for feels like a bad thing. It still feels like they are acquiescing to some of his requests, which at this point I would do the opposite of whatever he says. Whatever Russell Wilson thinks you should do as an organization, do the opposite, just like Seattle did, and you will be better because of it.
It's like he won't take any concession without getting something in return. It's like, fine, I'll give up my office. I want Sean Payton. They're like, okay. Like, no, that's still giving him something he wants. He needs to be told, you're not good. Like, at some point, it's like, you're not good enough to demand these things. If you're Barry Bonds in his record-setting home run season, and some of his teammates have complained because he had like 4 lockers in the corner of a clubhouse, all owning it, when you're in 73 dingers, no one cares. Throw for 50. By the way, there wouldn't be a single Chiefs teammate would have a problem with Patrick Mahomes having an office on the second floor of One Arrowhead Drive right now because he's a winner. Russell Wilson had the worst professional year of his career.
No question. No question whatsoever. But he just does himself zero favors. Everything Nick highlighted there, like no favors.
Let's go. Let's ride, baby. Ooh.
Reportedly, he has now hired a publicist.
Just now?
What, to fix his image? Or
yes,
what?
like he is obviously because he has his TV on NFL Network at all hours of the day, and then he's in the facility all hours of the day. He is very aware that the public does not like him. So he has hired a publicist to fix that. I don't think hiring a professional to tell you how to act is the solution to make you more likable.
Also, I don't care how much money you have or how good your publicist is. They can't make you not weird. Okay? They can't just like fix weird. He's too weird. Nick, you can't just like, hey, act normal. Then they start acting even weirder. Weird people trying to act normal looks just even more weird than they normally are. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, and we talked about this a lot this season, like this weird sort of Frankenstein hybrid offense that they were trying to run in Denver, where they tried to take elements of what Russell Wilson was doing with the up-tempo, no-huddle stuff in Seattle and then bringing in part of the Matt LaFleur, the Sean McVay, play action, back to the offense, under center type stuff. It didn't make any sense, and Melvin Gordon said that. He goes, it was just a bit much. So that's what I think is my biggest takeaway from this piece. It's not this was not an Urban Meyer, Jacksonville situation where like Russell Wilson was not like the most hated man in that locker room. It's not like everybody can't stand this dude. It's just a guy who was in over his head, and then to make it worse, he's a weird dude.
Yeah.
And he didn't do himself a lot of favors to endear himself to the rest of his teammates. Like it'd be one thing if Patrick Mahomes spent 12 years I went in office here. It's another thing for a guy to ask it day one when you don't know any of these guys that you're playing with.
You haven't earned those teammates' respect yet, just because what you did in Seattle. They don't care. That was something he thought right away that he should have had.
What's the worst thing a boss can say to you? Is it open? I have an open door policy, or we're family here.
You're fired. I would
No,
say.
these two. We have an open door policy, or we're a family here.
Well, no, I don't think
Which
a
would you
boss,
hate hearing
but there's
worse?
the difference. Here's the difference.
The answer is family.
No, the boss having an open door policy is a nice thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your contemporary shouldn't need to have an open door
Is
policy.
this like Carrington saying he has an open door
It's
policy?
like, no, I know
It's
you
just-
do. I'll
yeah.
just come and talk to you. But that's the difference is this would be like if Carrington had a I don't know why we're using Carrington as an example.
Well, he's like a coworker.
Yeah, if Carrington,
That's the same thing as Russell
Carrington
Wilson.
had
Maybe
an
Bob
office,
or Josh, but
if he had an office downstairs next to the sales team, I would say this is kind of weird.
he does. But it has a video game system in it.
Yeah,
and
it has
I don't know what the open door
It
policy
has a PlayStation 2 and a mini fridge with like 6 Budweisers from 3 years ago.
Although, in fairness,
still
I
have
do
not
think
been
he has an
down
open
there.
door policy down there.
I think he does as well, which is nice of him.
I
It's nice of him.
I think I've been in that room one time.
I think once as well for me.
Do you guys want to
We should just take over.
play
the room.
Vinny back for 15
No,
minutes and go
guys,
play?
I actually think they took it back.
Oh,
No, are you serious?
We were down there last week or a couple weeks ago before the Super Bowl.
You think
for
they
a
got
meeting.
rid of the room? You sure?
Do we need another Cody and Gold investigation?
If so, we got to get CDOT in here and find out. Do you think they
Well,
put
the
together this room?
investigation would be walking downstairs and looking inside the room.
Do you think that their room that they
do it during the
put
break.
some resources into, that the company is taking the room back?
That there's a possibility.
That might be why he's up here more.
I think we're going to have to go look in the break.
All right, we'll talk to CDOT about this. We'll figure that
We
out.
could just go look.
But then we'll talk to CDOT.
Okay, then we'll launch the investigation.
Up next, we'll get
talk to the people in charge, you know?
11 o'clock hour. Somebody, Cody, says he wants to get a long-term deal, but now will not be panicking as much as he was maybe a few weeks ago. We'll tell you who that is next.
You're listening to Cody and Gold.
It's so good, and everyone knows it.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com.
BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, unleashes the spirit of Las Vegas with BetMGM rewards. Every time you make a wager at BetMGM, you earn BetMGM rewards points that you can redeem for online bonus credits like bonus bets and bet insurance tokens. Planning a trip to Vegas? You can also convert your BetMGM points into MGM rewards points that you can use towards dining, shows, hotel rooms, and over 20 MGM resorts properties located on the Las Vegas Strip and nationwide. BetMGM Rewards, sports betting's premier loyalty program, featuring exclusive offers, incredible experiences, and valuable perks when you wager on the BetMGM app. Sign up with BetMGM or log on today with an MGM Rewards. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older. Wager, Kansas only. New and existing customers offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued. Not withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire 7 days from issuance. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Fuel your need for sports and delicious food at Bogey's Windy City Pub. All the sports packages, tons of TVs, scratch menu, weekend brunch, and low happy hour. It's always game time at Bogey's Windy City Pub, your neighborhood restaurant and sports bar. South Leawood, BogiesWindyCityPub.com.
Well, you know what they say, less is more. Unless they're talking about Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstore. At Lucas, more is less. With the largest selection for 500 miles, Lucas sells as much beer, wine, and spirits in a week as some stores sell in a year. That's how Lucas can sell it all for less. Much less. Come choose from literally thousands of craft beers, hard-to-find wines, craft whiskeys, and exotic spirits. Explore it all with expert help in person or explore online at LucasKey.com, where that incredible selection is all available for curbside pickup. And if you live in Missouri, they can even deliver it right to your door. Luke and Spirits Superstore. In the Northland, just west of Liberty and 152 in Flintlock. In Overland Park, near 119th and Metcalf. And in South KC at 135th and State Line.
Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstore in a glass by itself.
Michelob Ultra welcomes the KC Golf Show February 24th to the 26th at the Overland Park Convention Center. Get bonus golf online and perks while they last. See legend Tom Watson Saturday the 25th at 1, promoting his Watson Links initiative. Get fitted with Golf MD. See the Imperial Golf Zone. Compete in the Olathe Ford, Edward Jones, and Extreme Green Skill Zones at the Golf Show February 24th to the 26th at the OP Convention Center. Presented by Shrixon, Bushnell Golf, Captain Morgan, Midwest Golf Innovations, and American Shaman CBD. Info at KansasCityGolfShow.com.
If you like hunting and fishing, Outdoor America with Tommy Bench is your destination. Great guest hunting and fishing tips Saturday at 5 a.m. on 610 Sports Radio and the Odyssey app. Listen on demand at 610sports.com, weekend programming channel. Presented by Wholesale Batteries.
Small business owners, you need to check out GetRefunds.com. If you own a small business, you know the value of time, and GetRefunds.com does as well. That's why they've made it simple, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started, and in less than 8 minutes, see if your business qualifies for ERC assistance. Your business could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee kept on payroll during COVID-19. GetRefunds.com has already helped clients claim over $3 billion in payroll tax refunds through the ERC, and they may be able to help your business as well. There's no upfront charges either. They don't get paid until your business gets its refund. Many businesses believe they won't qualify based on incomplete or outdated information. So don't let this opportunity pass you by, because the payroll tax refund is only available for a limited time. Get an answer in less than 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. 2023 Ariya has limited availability. All-wheel drive expected availability early 2023, subject to change.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding. Oh yeah, love the ding. Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
You're listening to 610 Sports Radio from the Max Motors Studios. One and done night with K-State, KU, and MIZ. Wednesdays starting at 6 o'clock following the drive on 610 Sports Radio. KCSP Kansas City, WDAF HD2 Liberty. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Carrington, don't leave just yet. Hold on, we got to talk to you about something.
Yeah, right before we went to break.
We launched a 610 investigation into the downstairs area. We were talking about Russell Wilson's office on the second floor. We said Carrington, our coworker, once had his own office on the first floor that had video game stuff on it.
Yeah.
It's gone. What happened?
Did Sean Payne
What
come
happened
in?
to the office?
Sean
It's
Payne,
gone.
Sean Payne came in and said, no, you don't get your own space anymore.
No, that's not what happened, actually. We moved all of the stuff into the podcast room. So all the things that we used to have. So
the beer?
What happened was the
Mayford's still down
refrigerator,
there.
all of those things. So we had our own office, and I want to clarify.
See? Own office.
No.
Hey, real quick. Does anybody else, all three of us can answer real quickly, all four of us, I guess. Yes or no? Anybody else other than us have their own host on 610 Sports Radio other than Carrington? No.
Personally, I do not.
No, I do not. I don't either. Yeah, I don't either. Carrington?
We do have an office. We actually have two offices.
Carrington's got two.
We have two offices.
Anyway, go ahead.
But
So it all
hold
got
on.
moved to the podcast room.
Well, one, we have our own space in the back. Yes, that is sure. That if you guys wanted to use that space in the back, you also could use that space, because when you guys would use it, I wouldn't be using it. It's not like we went in there and commandeered the space. I don't normally get here until 11. You guys get here at, 7:30, 8 o'clock. So we could all jointly use that office if you want. There's 3 computers in there. There's 3 of you guys. No one is stopping you from using the office. The other one is you guys, again, I hate coming on here because there's a lot of misinformation.
No, we're giving you a chance to defend yourself.
It's a lot.
That's what happened to the room. That's all.
It's a lot of misinformation. So what I wanted to do was create sort of a guy hangout area. You know, we had a refrigerator, there were beers in there, we had a TV, we got the PlayStation.
It sounded a lot like Russell Wilson set up. Open door policy.
Just a place for us to be able to hang out. I asked everybody at 610, hey, I'm buying a 50-inch TV. You can come down here. I got the cable set up on it. You can watch March Madness. It can be a place for us to hang out. Alex Gold looked at me and said, well, I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to help. I asked you for $10.
Yeah,
you can't give me $10?
We can go back to this.
You're out here, big gamble guy. You're out here.
Here's the thing. Yeah, it doesn't mean I throw away money for things I'm not going to utilize.
You bet on Missouri basketball. You've definitely thrown money away. What are you talking about?
Here's the thing, though. Like that room, you mentioned the time frame. We would have no time to use the room. Cody and Nick have not been down there once.
I've been down there once.
One time.
Maybe twice.
For $10.
Yeah, it wasn't a big ask.
For $10.
That's like me saying, hey, Carrington, I want lunch today. Can you contribute to my lunch? And it's not going to benefit you in any way. But can you contribute for my lunch today?
Well, there's a chance it could benefit you. The lunch has no chance.
Will you guys ask Carrington if I can get my money back?
That's all I asked you to do.
He's asking if he can get his $10 back now that you've shifted rooms.
No, he can't get his $10.
It seems like I made a very smart decision.
Not what I invested in.
I made a smart decision not to put in
$10. And Alex looked at me like I was crazy.
Nobody uses it but you, man.
Anything you guys have done for your show, have I not helped? Anything that you guys have had a garage sale, I have donated every single time that you guys have done one. Is that not true, Alex?
For the most part.
Every time.
You brought us some gifts
I went to
our
Alex
toy drive?
for $10. And he looked at me like I was
I just don't hand out money.
He looked at me like I was a miscreant.
I don't just hand out money.
He threw a couple of nickels in your cup and told you to move on?
That's how he looked at me, like a miscreant. I was like, never mind, I don't even want it.
I also, this isn't hard on your part, though, because we also know that I absolutely, instead of that $10, I absolutely got you unknowingly a $22 lunch one day because we all decided to get barbecue and you decided to get a
That's different.
No, it's the same thing.
This gift card has been the demise of me.
The gift card thing doesn't matter.
This has been the demise of me.
Here's the thing. Hey, Carrington, have you or have you not, hypothetically, helped Alex procure hundreds of dollars of trade? Gift cards.
Oh, he out here snitching now. He out here snitching. Yeah, what's going on?
I'm trying to help you out.
What's going on here?
Have you or have you not helped him?
No. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. No.
You
You're
just
This
okay.
guy.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
It's Snitch Thursday.
Yeah.
Coming up at the 1 o'clock hour.
Man.
I was trying to help you out.
I didn't need that. You could have said that. You had to
Now he's throwing all things. Accusations.
Accusations. False accusations. I've never done that one. Everything at this place has been above board.
I might just get $10 just because of that conversation.
Especially when I've given him some too. That's the thing. I've given him some too.
Would never.
So unappreciative. Thank
I was
you.
Group. I helped. You were there. You were
The
eating
wings
all
were great.
the
I had wings next to Toselli, won the Hall of Fame like a week later.
Yeah, and so I was just saying, hey, with the Big 12 tournament coming up, hey, why don't we all go to Talk of a Town? You know, we'll just have a good time. We have some beers, have some pizza, have some laughs as a group.
I'm good for that.
Are you going to contribute to that, or is that going to be another thing? I don't throw money
I'll
away.
buy my own dinner if that's what you're talking
No,
about.
I want to buy the dinner for us as a family, as a team, as a unit, because we're together.
Are you having a base set up?
No, we're just going to order when they
We're not going.
I'm going to pay for the pound. That's what I'm telling you. Right?
He's offering generous things.
Yeah, you said you're going to. Why am I putting in money for something you're going to pay for?
I want you to put for the tip.
Well, that might be more than the $10.
Oh my God! Now we're complaining about tipping
Cheap ass
people.
Alex, man.
Good to see you, C-Dot.
You disgust me.
Good to see you.
Man, Carrington's the guy who had the rep for being cheap and Gold's out here trying to look more cheap than him.
I can't believe what Cody did. I can't believe that was sad.
Yeah.
Are you giving him under the table payments? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why are you telling
You're
people?
saying to cut the podcast page. Hope nobody was listening.
People on the text line think you and I hate
Roxanne, this
each
did not
other.
happen. This did not happen.
Text line thinks Carrington and I hate each other.
Hey,
Why do they
for
think
making it up to you, we've been given permission to interview interns. You want one? You want an intern?
You want one?
No. I think we're good.
What?
I think we're good. I think we're fine.
You like the ratio now?
I think we're fine. I think, you know what? The show set up just how I like it. We're good.
You don't need to throw in another body there.
Actually, you know what? If he contributes dollars to the PlayStation, yeah, he can be an intern.
He's in.
There you go. So the office has been moved downstairs. Carrington no longer has his own office.
Well, other than his regular office.
Right.
He doesn't have a second office. Nick, you were right. It was just a desk with a chair in there. The mini fridge was still in there, but I think they got a different mini fridge to put in the other room.
I had already launched an investigation weeks ago.
I didn't realize how on top of it you were. You were the first person on the story.
There's nothing that happens in this building that I don't find out about.
Oh, really?
It's my building. It's my company.
Oh, jeez.
I run this. I run this building.
Okay. Well, do you want to lead the interviews then? Like when the three of us interview the intern candidates?
Yes.
And as a reminder, we actually are looking for interns.
Because,
for
how
summer.
can I trust you guys?
I mean,
So how can I trust you guys to pick the right candidate when you don't even know what's going on in your own backyards?
We do know now. We just took us an extra
I knew
week.
weeks ago.
We ended up interviewing you, did we not?
You did.
Did you think we made the right hire?
I think that turned out pretty well.
Okay, Cody, you keep saying, did we make the right hire? You didn't hire me. Like, you didn't offer
That's
me
hard
the
to
job.
say. We.
I think you had a lot of input.
But we, Alex and I, gave our top 3 candidates list, and you were at the top of it, and you happen to be hired. You don't think that?
No. I mean, I guess I'll just say the same thing I just said, which is that I think you guys had a lot of input in it.
But you don't think we're the people who actually did the hiring, because Speck is the person who offered you the job.
I mean, yes.
Oh, okay. What if we'd chosen someone else? Do you think that person would have gotten the job? Or do you think it's still been you? If the order
I
had
feel
been
like
different.
you don't hear yourself as saying the same thing repeatedly.
I'm just saying, if Alex and I turned in a top 3 list and you were second
I get what
instead
you're
of
saying.
first.
You just keep changing the wording of the same question. I get it, Cody. Trust me. I can't emphasize enough how much I understand what you're saying.
I'm happy you're on board, Nick.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
It took about 1.5 years, but he's now
Finally.
now he's there.
Thanks for giving me your approval, your stamp of approval. Been here for almost,
Someone says Nick should ask to see that list to make sure he actually was on the top 3 list.
Yeah, did you have that in writing somewhere?
Actually, somewhere there is a list.
Oh, boy, I'm going to have to.
Google Docs?
It would have been an email.
Is it just like a 1, 2, 3?
Something like that.
When did you get hired?
Oh, jeez.
July of 2021.
Cody's actually looking at his emails.
Or maybe June. It might have been June. I think I started in July, but I got hired in June.
Okay. I'll go through my emails in the break.
It was really weird, Nick, because Cody sent an email to Speck and said, I really don't think Nick would be a good producer.
That's not what it said.
And I actually said that Nick would be a great fit for this show.
That's funny because Speck did tell me when he offered me the position that he had the approval of one of the two hosts.
Well, I just wanted to, it was me, not Cody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, interesting. No way I'm going to find that email. I delete too many emails.
Well, I wouldn't want anybody to know that you sent an email saying he wasn't the right hire either. It's a little awkward now.
If it wasn't deleted, it just got deleted.
That's right.
That's not how it went. You were the top choice for both of us.
But you can go to Odyssey's website and then go to careers, search Kansas City, and you'll see a part-time promotions job, and that is actually the internship for this show, this station.
Looking forward to as many candidates as possible so we can do some interviews. You were once an intern at this station, and look how far you've come.
I was.
All the way to the 18th ranked midday show in the entire country.
Making so much money. So, I mean, that is what you can look forward to as well.
It's important. It's important to see the success stories of interns who have previously come through 610.
All right, we'll get to the trash of the day here in about 5 minutes or so. But there's one player that you said you want to have a long-term deal in Kansas City, but now maybe you're not as much all in as it needs to happen this offseason as you were.
So I think going into the year, or even towards the second half of the year, it seemed fairly obvious that we were all kind of on the same page of L'Jarius Sneed needs to be extended and stay here in Kansas City. He is their best overall corner. He is versatile. He does a lot of different things for this team. I think their best cover corner is Trent McDuffie. But if you'd have asked me last year after they let go of Ward or halfway through this year, as you see all the things Sneed done, I would have told you get him an extension, do it differently than you have done, which is let these corners go. But I'll be honest, I'm not in a rush anymore. What they did in the draft last year means you bought yourself time. Normally, this would be the year. He does have 1 year left on his contract. But this would normally be the offseason. You gave him extension gold. If you're planning on keeping someone long-term, you don't usually wait till the final year of their deal in order to do it, especially for a fourth-round player who hasn't really made any money. And I would say that normally I would say, yeah, go ahead and extend him. Lock up your secondary for long-term. Sneed, McDuffie, Watson, Williams. You're good to go. Draft one more guy who can even just rotationally fit in, and you've got a really deep, very talented secondary like we talked about yesterday. But those guys were so good in their rookie year. I think for the first time in a while, I'd buy a year. I just let L'Jarius Sneed play in the final year of his contract, and I would just fair go because, you would still have the option to franchise tag him. I don't think you'd want to do that.
Franchise tag corner.
Who else would you franchise tag next year, though?
There's no requirement that you have to franchise
I know, but I'm just saying,
every year. There's plenty of teams that never franchise
I'm
tag
just saying
players.
you would have that choice.
Yeah.
You would have the option to franchise him. If you were worried about losing him just straight up in free agency, you would be offered comp picks if he were to go. I'm interested still, I think, in L'Jarius Sneed. I'm not feeling really pressed to do it the way I would have been even just 12 months ago after the season last year when they were letting go of guys like Charvarius Ward. I thought for sure. It's like their draft was so good. Doesn't it make you rethink how badly you need L'Jarius Sneed depending on the contract numbers?
Yeah, I mean, just because you had multiple seventh-rounders and mid-round picks that contributed in a huge way and improved as the season went on defense and in the secondary doesn't mean that I think now with the philosophy of never taking care of anybody in the secondary. They didn't do it with guys that cross over the age of 30. Tyrann Mathieu was another example of that. But L'Jarius Sneed is not anywhere near that. He's still going to be, under 26 by the time we're talking?
He's 26 now,
so 27.
He just turned 26.
Yeah, so he'll be 27, I guess, technically, by the time his contract
but
expires.
But a very young player.
Yeah, and so I think maybe he changes the trend that they've been doing with corners and safeties entire
But Ward
secondary.
is still only 26 too, and they let him walk at 25 years old,
But if you look at how they utilize with Spags, L'Jarius Sneed, this is not to say that Ward wasn't a really good player.
He's just more of a cover guy.
Sneed is more of an all-around guy that they can use in a lot of different areas, can help with their blitz scheme as well. That wasn't something they used Ward for as much.
I guess that's probably the question. Do you think L'Jarius Sneed is more valuable to this defense than Charvarius Ward was?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen how they utilize him with Spags as a defensive coordinator.
But that, to me, then wouldn't you be having this conversation with McDuffie at some point because they don't use him in the blitz game the way they do Sneed?
That's 3. They just drafted him. We're 3 years away from
and they have the fifth-year option because he's a rookie, so they would they wouldn't even have to be having this conversation until after year 4 if he's a really good player. And then we're talking about a completely different level of contract. If a former first-round pick ends up being a starting NFL corner, we're talking $100 million. We're not talking about the kind of money you'd be looking at in L'Jarius Sneed or what Charvarius Ward was paid.
By the time
I'm not saying don't sign him. I think Sneed has a high value. I'm just saying I don't feel the urgency I once did to make sure that deal is done now. Like, I think you can wait a year. And I know you risk losing him because free agency can go a lot of different ways, but this feels like worth the risk.
I certainly don't. If you're making the list of priorities this offseason, it's not the top of the list of guys you got to take care of. At the top of the list is Chris Jones, the Orlando Brown Jr. situation, Andrew Wiley potentially, and what you're going to do at right tackle. Juju Smith-Schuster. These are all guys that are much higher on that list of feeling like you have to get a decision one way or the other done. Sneed is further down that because, as you pointed out, he has got a year left on his contract, and it's just a little bit different situation.
Would you give him a contract this offseason? This is when you normally do it. Are you good? Extension? Go ahead. But he's not number one priority, as you said.
Not number one priority, but once you know what you're going to have to allocate to Chris Jones or Orlando Brown Jr. or others, and you see where you're at cap-wise, if you restructure the Joe Thuney contract as well, that can free up space. Are you better off with L'Jarius Sneed having some money on the front end, or are you better off pushing it down to year 3 or 4 of a new contract? I think they'll have their answer on where they're at cap-wise, depending on how the situation goes with Orlando Brown Jr. And I think also what the free agent market is. We know they have projections. They feel like they know what the market is. And then all of a sudden, the market balloons at their position. Last year, I felt like the defensive end market got way out of hand. And that's also what led Frank Clark to working out and coming back to Kansas City. Depending on what that market looks like and what they project the free agent cornerback market to also be. Let's look at that. What's the free agent cornerback market in 2 years or a year from now? That also probably goes into their thinking about what they feel like they need to do for Sneed. Because if they think it's going to keep going up in a big way and make a big leap next year and Sneed plays at a high level, then that dollar amount goes way up a year from now versus getting the deal done now. These are all things that they're going to have to factor in.
No, but it sounds like, what's funny is I don't think we're as far apart as it sounds. Because if I said, hey, rank these in order of priority of things you feel like have to get done. Because normally you risk losing Sneed if you don't give him a contract this year. You would put Jones above him, just like we both would. You'd put Juju above the need for, same as I would. You might put another rotational defensive end above needing to get that deal done. I think you're feeling similarly. It's just not, again, it's not that I don't want L'Jarius Sneed here. It's that the priorities on him have changed because of how much better the secondary got in a single draft. You don't, and that, again, that's why you draft a year ahead, and that's why you take those chances. That's why you go after guys like McDuffie, so you have those abilities. But yeah, it completely changed a little bit the urgency on the deal.
Trash of the day.
All right, Trash of the day takes us to California for this one. I bring this up because Cody has mentioned time and time again that you don't think in your life you will ever.
I said I'd rather just take my kids to Europe or
You'll
something.
never go to Disneyland or Disney World, right?
I didn't say never. I just said I'd rather take my kids somewhere else. Someone's going to talk me into that I'm a bad parent if I don't take them there instead. But.
There is a man in California who just set a Guinness World Record for most consecutive visits to Disneyland. 2,995 consecutive days. Not visits, which would be insane anyway.
6 years or something?
He was rewarded with a Guinness World Record certificate. Since 2012, he's gone every day. He ended it just shy of 3,000 when the park closed due to COVID in March of 2020.
I wonder, whenever he's not going to Disneyland every day, if he finds time to
I gotta be
sex
honest
with all the women who were probably beating him down with a stick.
Hey, but he's hanging out with all the Disney characters,
He
man.
makes me so I don't want this person anywhere near children. He's going to Disneyland 3,000 straight days. He's wearing a shirt that says free hugs. No.
Oh.
Don't like any of that. Don't like any of that.
Cut the music. Cut the music. He's wearing a shirt that says free hugs.
Yeah. Yes.
Arrest this man now. Arrest this man now. You cannot go to Disneyland as a grown man by yourself every day with a shirt that says free hugs on it.
No. I don't like it.
Pervert.
8 years.
Pervert.
8
pervert.
years.
I'm glad you felt the exact same way I did.
8 years, 3 months, 13 days he's been going. And it is, I would agree, very, very weird. He said it started as a joke between friends.
What friends?
He said, we decided as a group to use Disneyland as a positive. We were out of work and had annual passes been gifted, so it was a source of free entertainment for a while. What had started as a joke eventually made Jeff a Disneyland celebrity.
No, that's not true. You know who the celebrities are at Disneyland?
Mickey,
Minnie.
He said
Goofy.
now he has guests in the park that stop him for photos and autographs.
No way!
Liar,
He's even become
liar.
acquainted with many of Disneyland's cast members.
Well, I would hope so. You've been there 3,000 straight days.
Over the years, he said he visited Disneyland with others and has also done solo trips.
I don't like
he
it,
would
man.
usually take a walk around the park. He enjoys photography, so he takes images. He says he would go on lots of attractions. Other times he focuses on a single section of the park. There's only one ride in Disneyland for him, and it's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
I've been on that ride, sadly. No.
Wild?
No,
No,
is it
there's
as
no-
wild as it's described?
Dude, no, there's nothing wild about it.
He says while he's been doing this, he's overheard others speaking and hoping that they can achieve a record like his.
No,
Quote,
he's not. He's
quote,
lying.
Quote,
Oh my God, this guy's such a loser.
I have always told them good luck and wished them well. Even to hold a full-time job required him to keep close tabs on the park calendar along with his own time. So there were sometimes he'd get done with work and he'd just show up for like an hour just to keep the streak going.
Like, I understand.
Women must love this guy.
I understand that like the people who are like really into Disney are really into it. But imagine that this is
you mean little kids?
But imagine this. I have to believe that this is a real interaction. This man's just walking around the park with his dumb ass free hug shirt.
No, I don't think he wears it
acting
every single
all creepy.
day. I don't think he always
And
wears
then-
the free hug
then
shirt.
Someone walked in like, sir, what a pleasure to meet you. I hope one day I can accomplish what you accomplished. And set a record for going to consecutive days to Disney World. No one's ever said that. That's never happened.
How much money has this dude spent? He
Well,
said
he probably gets the annual
He had
pass.
free passes initially, but still the annual
You had to buy
pass,
him for another, like, what's an annual pass to Disney World
Disneyland
cost?
is
I would treat this
expensive.
man like if you were with your kids, I would treat this man like a vagrant,
I
where you
thought
kind of
they-
like hide, you shield your children. Be like,
They
okay, guys,
got rid of the annual
stay
pass.
away.
The people who wear free hug shirts, we don't give hugs to.
And what did we say about people who wear free hug T-shirts?
Run away as
I
fast as
thought they
possible.
got rid of the program, but this says the cheapest one is $449 if you live in California. Outside of the state, it's more, up to $1,600. But
Well, if he's
say
going every day,
$450. Let's say $450 a year for 8 years.
So I spent like $6,000.
Someone says, "Who's that old host you guys had at 610 that was a creepy adult Disney weirdo?"
I believe they're discussing.
We had one.
Well, the closest we've had is Brandon Kiley is a season member pass holder to Disney World.
Why?
He goes all
I
the
think
time.
I think he got indoctrinated by his now wife. She was a big Disney fan.
Lord.
So I think that they were going 2 or 3 times a year, so they got season passes.
Now, 3 times a year is not anywhere
That's
near
such a
what this-
normal number versus
I don't know
every
if
day.
3 is normal, but it's certainly not what this guy was.
Yeah,
someone
that's
says this
okay.
guy's the X factor of Disneyland.
So
Just handing out cards of
my
himself that nobody
brother-in-law,
wants.
my brother-in-law, who I'm very close with, he and the rest of his family, his brother had a girlfriend. They recently broke up, and she was one of those Disneyland. Like, she would make them wear the Mickey
hats.
Mouse hats and stuff every time they would go, and she would want to take pictures with Cinderella. I mean, mind you, this woman
By
is
the way, Disney World in Land
late
is
30s.
awesome. It really is.
Late
It is. It is.
It's incredible
It's
place.
fun.
Yeah.
Well, wait. The one in Florida is the good one.
Disney World is way better than Disneyland in
Yeah,
California.
Disneyland.
Have you been to both?
I have, yeah.
Disneyland. I have two, once each. And Disneyland is whack. Disneyland is
Disney
super
World is
whack.
I've never been either.
Disney World
For
is
kids,
I mean,
dude.
Disney
It's for
World-
kids.
But Disney World is incredible because now they all like, and then you got Universal Studios down there that has like this huge.
Now Universal Studios.
There's also like
Get me started
one of
on
them.
Universal.
I was at Disney that has the big Star Wars park they just opened up, and then Universal has the new Harry Potter thing. So like stuff like that, I think would be pretty amazing to go see.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm not here to
favorite ride, man. Splash
this
Mountain.
isn't
Splash Mountain.
about saying that Disney World and Disneyland suck. That's not it.
I think the show just needs to go to
This
Worlds
guy
of Fun.
sucks.
We're just
It's
taking
this
a
guy sucks.
show trip to Worlds of Fun.
Hold on,
he's
I think
pervert.
we need to be there for the opening of the Zambezi Zinger. That's what
When's
this show
that?
should do.
When's that?
We should be there for the reopening of the
Dude, my
Zambezi
favorite
Zinger.
time to go to Worlds of Fun, the only time I seemingly ever go to Worlds of Fun is middle of July. The sun's just radiating off that black apple that's about 140 degrees.
Okay.
The bottom of your
smell it.
shoes.
So
You can
hot.
smell it. The bottom of your shoes are melting. It's great.
I actually haven't. We do need to do the Worlds of Fun thing. I haven't been to Worlds of Fun, guys.
Decade.
15 years.
Dude, yeah.
That long?
When it gets so
All right, I'm
hot that
sending
you
a
would just-
message.
you would just do the
Yeah.
monsoon
I know
over
somebody
and
runs
over.
some
Cody
marketing
and
for
Gold Day at Worlds of Fun. Let's do it.
Can we?
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. That's what they said before they went to the moon. I'm asking if we can go to a amusement park 15 miles away.
You said, can we? I said, anything's possible. Impossible is nothing.
I'm going to see if we can do a live show the day the Zambezi Zinger opens. I want us at a table right outside the ride.
No, I don't want to do a show. I want to just go.
This texter better not be lying to me. They said Splash Mountain is permanently closed at Disney World. Excuse me?
I went to Splash Mountain like 3 years ago.
Wait, permanently closed? That's like a marquee ride at Magic Kingdom at Disney World. They're permanently closed.
I literally went to it like 3 years ago.
Splash Mountain closed.
Okay, you might want to do this in the break.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like content. We're so late.
Cody, you were looking, in fairness, and I'm going to go to break. You were looking up flights for yourself to Arizona live on the show earlier today.
5 minutes into the show.
Coming up next, though, let's get to the Chiefs Red Half Hour and how important the dynasty discussion should play into the free agency discussions for the Chiefs.
You're listening to Cody and Gold, brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com. Subscribe and download all new episodes of Nick's Wavin' in the Wheat podcast, released every Thursday on the 435 Podcast Network and the Odyssey app.
Do you feel uneasy? Irritable? Does your home internet bill give you anxiety or cause you to make angry noises? You may be suffering from a serious condition known as UPH, unexpected price hikes.
It could happen to anyone, even you. You could get stuck paying more than you expected.
But now there's a solution to put an end to your suffering. T-Mobile 5G home internet is just $50 a month, and it comes with T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. That means they won't raise your home internet rate ever. Side effects include feelings of joy when you receive your bill, no annual contracts, and no monthly fees. Try T-Mobile home internet for just $50 a month with autopay. Plus, get price lock guarantee and put an end to the fear of unexpected price hikes today.
They won't raise my internet rates? Thanks, T-Mobile.
Check availability at T-Mobile.com/5G internet.
Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Qualifying credit and service required. Regulatory fees included at $50 price for qualified accounts, plus $5 per month without autopay.
Hey, it's Kling. I'm obsessed with racking up fuel savers at Hy-Vee, so I got a great idea for you. Shop Hy-Vee on Monday, swipe your fuel saver card, and earn a fuel saver discount equal to the high temperature on Sunday and the amount you spend. Watch KCTV5 Sunday night at 10 for the official high temperature. Say it's 56 degrees on Sunday, I'll save 56 cents per gallon when I spend $56 on Monday. It's the heat up savings every Monday through March 27th, only at Hy-Vee.
Valid in-store only. Must use lookup code 80007. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Don't let the big one get away. Pull up anchor and set sail to Hy-Vee for the boatload of fish and seafood sale. Stock the galley with salmon fillets for $3.99 each. Cooked shrimp just $4.99 a bag. Or tilapia fillets, 2-pound pack for $7.99. Plus, get a 50-cent fuel saver discount with every $50 seafood department purchase. Hurry to the boatload of fish and seafood sale this Wednesday through Sunday. Only at your Kansas and Missouri area Hy-Vee.
Whether your dog is in their puppy, adult, or senior years, there's nothing better than more years together. And the best way to feed their happy, healthy life is with fresh, healthy food. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to keep your best friend healthy inside and out with fresh recipes made from real meat and veggies. They're pre-portioned just for your pup and delivered right to your door. Help your dog live a healthy life and get 50% off your first box of real fresh food at thefarmersdog.com/healthieryears23.
We've reached the midway point of the NBA season, and now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook app. New customers, you get a no-sweat first bet for up to $1,000. That's bonus bet back if your first bet doesn't win. All you need to do is download the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Super easy to use, secure, safe, and most important, you get paid your winnings instantly when you hit. And you can bet on everything you want, from the money lines, point spread, player props, and even threes knocked down in an NBA game. You know, there's a lot of threes in those NBA games. FanDuel even gives you the opportunity to combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payout with the same game parlay. Don't miss this opportunity to get a no-sweat first bet good for up to $1,000 in bonus bets when you use FanDuel.com/CDOT. That's FanDuel.com/CDOT to learn more. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Also, 610 Sports Radio. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issues non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas on agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem. Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 via the KSGamblingHelp.com.
At Shane Company, we know that when it comes to jewelry, everyone has their own sense of style.
With the largest selection of unique fine jewelry, it will be easy to find something perfect for you. I'm a Shane Company jewelry consultant, and I love helping people find something that speaks to them. Every piece here is special, made with love and care. At Shane Company, we're known for our stunning sapphires. We have every color of the rainbow. Choose a style with your favorite sapphire color, or choose one of our other beautiful gemstones like deep blue tanzanite or red ruby. If you gravitate to bold classics, our diamond hoop earrings and yellow gold chains really stand out. Maybe you prefer a more subtle look, like a simple gold band for stacking or a dainty necklace with a sparkling diamond. At Shane Company, we have jewelry for every personality. If you need some ideas, talk to one of us. We don't work on commission, so you'll never feel rushed. Visit us and have fun wearing jewelry that's an expression of you.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
From town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are advocating for what's right. We're working to increase affordable housing supply and ensure fair housing for all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Cloudy and cold, a little bit of sun, high today 36.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The 610 Sports Radio phone line is brought to you by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. Visit getjim.com.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Max Motors. 9 major vehicle brands to choose from. MaxMotors.com.
Max Ford Hyundai of Manhattan is proud to be an official partner with K-State Athletics. We're passionate about helping you with your automotive needs. Visit MaxMotors.com to learn more.
Chiefs Kingdom. This is Mitch Holtis, and welcome into the Chiefs Red Half Hour on Cody and Gold. Every day at 11:30 on your official broadcast partner, the Chiefs, 610 Sports Radio.
All right, it is the Chiefs Red Half Hour. At the end of the half hour, we will get a little update on our internship opportunities. There's a job description for that up since it's an official posting. And there's some wording that some people have noticed. We appreciate you guys taking it seriously, and because we are as well, reading the job description. There's some physical aspect to this job, believe it or not. There really is. It's not just sitting on your ass for 4 hours and talking.
It describes Nick's job in detail.
Yeah, so we'll get to that. Maybe you guys didn't realize this, but it's something that Nick has to consider every single day when he is producing this show. So we'll tell you what that is in just a little bit. But we talked leading up to the Super Bowl and certainly after the Super Bowl about being on the brink of a dynasty or in a dynasty, whatever your feeling is on that. How much does that play into your thinking for an offseason? Because I think this
should the Chiefs factored in.
Yeah, because I think the Chiefs already are clearly viewing this as a long-term opportunity, long before they even won the Super Bowl. Like I don't think suddenly they won the Super Bowl and now it's like, oh, well now we got to be ultra aggressive because we're in the thick of becoming a dynasty or we are a dynasty. I think based on last offseason, they are taking this longer view approach. Like, hey, we're not trying to just win 1 year. We're trying to rack up and win as many as possible. We have a special quarterback and a great combination with the coach and quarterback. Everybody's in sync. The front office is doing great right now. ownership support, everything, the model franchise in sports. I don't think suddenly because they won the Super Bowl that the offseason plan changes for this organization.
So there's playing the long game, which we've agreed is important, and what seemed like they were trying to do last year. But I'm not so sure that it shouldn't factor in a little bit that you're chasing a dynasty. Because saying that you are that does have value, Gold. It has value from a historical perspective. It has value from like an actual monetary perspective to the team and the things that you can claim and sell. And as much as we understand that the Patriots played the long game, was it playing the long game when it took them 10 years to win a title? Because they went to Super Bowls during that time, or they were competitive. It's not like they had no chance or any of those things, and we're not saying that, but they still took a 10-year time off, and I think both of our opinions had two separate dynasties is the way that it looked. I think that doing that, you should factor in a little bit, taking some bigger chance now. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like you should factor in the dynasty stuff a little bit into your conversation. I don't want you to go overboard and risk the long-term future of the team, but if you're telling me right now you're going to take a 1 or 2 year shot on making sure you get to say we are a dynasty, I think that has value.
I don't think that, personally, I don't know if that's how I would want to approach it, how I would want my front office approaching it. Like, yeah, you're always trying to win championships, and it's a real thing because they've done it.
Yeah.
2 years out of 4 years. 2 out of 4 years, like, the approach that they've been taking has worked. Why would I suddenly get greedy, if you will, and say, well, now that we have a chance to really be a dynasty, now we need to change the process that has been working for us already? I wouldn't do that. Whatever has been working, and whatever your plan was 4 months ago for this offseason, you don't suddenly say, well, now we just got to be ultimately more aggressive because
you want to complete a dynasty? That's the time. That's the only time to be ultra aggressive.
But if you were already planning on being ultra aggressive, then be ultra aggressive. I just don't think now suddenly that everybody's talking about you being a dynasty or having a chance to be one, that now you're going to change your entire philosophy as an organization. The measured approach that they have. Like, if you are able to win 2 Super Bowls in 4 years, why would I now suddenly say, well, I gotta go try to win it 100% in the next 2 years, and I'm willing to jeopardize what might happen 5 years? Why is this not going to continue for 5 more years? Keep going with this measured approach.
Well, and again, I'm not saying that the measured approach does or could bring you sustained Super Bowl chances, but we know, the history of the sport would tell you, Gold, that thinking you're going to win the 10 years is all going to be just like Super Bowls every 2 years, like it was this time, right? Like every 2-3 years we'll just win another one. Every 2-3 years we'll win another one. And we won't be a dynasty, but we'll rack up as many rings as anyone else has done it. You would be doing it different than anyone else has. Everyone else who has those big stacks of rings did them all at once. You're the one that's telling me they're already a dynasty. I'm telling you that's what they need to be a dynasty. I have told you consistently what they are right now is on the brink of a dynasty. They are not a dynasty yet. What you're describing is exactly right. That is what needs to be a dynasty. So I think they are a dynasty. But anytime they've described themselves, that's not how they describe themselves. And it's like, if there's a time to be and I'm not saying you have to just sell the farm, but to be a little more aggressive this offseason, to give yourself a chance for back-to-back titles, for 3 titles in 5 years, I think that there's value in that.
Yeah, I just don't think, let's say they are ultra aggressive, and more so than I think they're going to be free agency. I don't think that means that, Brett Veach just realized, man, I got to have this dynasty, so now I'm going to be way more aggressive. If he was already planning on being aggressive, I think he's going to be aggressive. I don't think they shifted their approach. This is not like the Rams who were
they sold don't sell your soul.
They did it for 2 years, and they're okay with it. The Chiefs are in a much different spot. They have a franchise quarterback that is 27 years old. He is in his prime, and he's going to be in his prime for another 3+ years. So they're just in a different spot where they can continue with this approach, because this is something that is going to last. Maybe not they're going to get to 7 rings, but this is something that's going to last for a decade or so. So you're not aggressive for 2024 because you feel like that's our only chance to go and do it. No, you're going to have multiple chances. So have a continued smart, measured approach. You're drafting extremely well. And because you're drafting well, it's allowing you to have some flexibility with other contracts to where, yeah, you can go make that splash. Nobody's saying that they shouldn't be able to go do that, whether it's this year or next year. I tend to believe that'll be next year, not this year. But I just don't think the dynasty should factor into their thinking and how they approach it. I think a lot of times it factors into your thinking when you're chasing the first ring.
Yeah.
Like the Bills, what the Bills did last offseason, right? I mean,
you can get desperate on the first one.
They
sure.
got to get there first. And of course, it didn't work out for them.
To me, it's like for the first one, a lot of teams do it. The Chiefs didn't have to because in the second year of having their MVP, caliber quarterback, they won the Super Bowl. They didn't have to feel the pressure. The second one doesn't have that kind of pressure unless it spreads out by so many years that you feel like you really got to take chances and go all in. And instead, they did the opposite approach. They gave away a top flight wide receiver and instead went the draft heavy long term approach. I think kind of stole the Super Bowl from some teams in a year that, maybe everyone else was supposed to catch up. They didn't. And you kind of stole from the rest of the NFL and you got one.
No
but
doubt.
Going for history like that's when I'm willing to take risk. You're trying to be one of five, and I think they're there, but a lot of it, I think I'm in the minority probably, not in Kansas City. In Kansas City, I'm probably in the majority. But I think if you asked anybody outside of these city limits, if the Chiefs are a dynasty, they're going to hold them to the same standard you are, which is 3 rings. And if you can be that, you will get mentioned with every great historical team in NFL history. And look, maybe you already will because Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback, and it seems like a pretty big deal. Like he's going to be a pretty big deal by the time he retires, right? Amongst the pantheon of all-time great quarterbacks, so it doesn't really matter. And he already has 2 rings gold, so it's not he's ever going to be mentioned as the Dan Marino type guy or Aaron Rodgers type guy who didn't get enough done, all washed away. It just feels like one of these next 2 years, and maybe you're right, maybe it's next year, you should take a big swing and try to secure your place in the books.
I think they'll be able to do that with how they're situating the cap. They were up against it for many years, and I think they're starting to get into a decent spot. Also, we know we're further removed from COVID, so the cap increase is only going to continue. And so I think they'll be able to be in that spot yet again. I just don't know if this will be the offseason. And look, last year, they had a huge surprise up their sleeve with the Tyreek Hill trade. I wouldn't put anything past Brett Veach in this front office, Cody, that there's some surprise that potentially could happen this offseason. I mean, they've done it for 2 offseasons in a row, really. This past one, it was a Tyreek Hill trade. The one before, it was trading for Orlando Brown Jr., a trade that people didn't think the Ravens and they would be able to pull off with Kansas City, and they did. So what's the surprise? Does it involve trading up again in the draft this go-around? Does it involve packaging picks for veteran that already is part of the equation at wide receiver or edge rusher? Like, we know they're not going to sit on their ass. We know that. That is not his approach. That's not how he operates. And it's worked for Brett Veach. And this is why he's the best GM in football right now. Got 2 rings in 4 years as the general manager.
I wonder whether or not, and again, I don't know which way they're looking, because when they made the move for Tyreek, they were thinking in the long term. I wonder whether they think this was the year that they were going to swing again, or if it was going to be 2 years from now. And that's a question you and I can't answer, because we don't know when they made that move, how far out they were planning in advance. But it seems likely that this was still the target year. I don't think they were going to want to try to push 4 or 5 years down the road when you got Patrick Mahomes still costing you a lot of money, but not nearly as much money as quarterbacks will cost you going forward.
Because look, even though they drafted guys, of course, they believed in. You don't draft guys you don't believe in, but deep down, being honest, how many of these 7th-round guys contributed in huge ways? I mean, you couldn't have predicted that. And so how does that change now your approach? The fact that, yeah, you love Trent McDuffie, you went up and traded for him, but then guys like Jalen Watson and Joshua Williams and Isaiah Pacheco, you liked them coming out of college, but did you think they were going to have the impact that they had in 2022? Probably not. So that makes you feel differently about their standing maybe on defense next year.
If you think 2 years you were going to be aggressive, it might push it to this year.
Which is why I said yesterday, I am confident, Cody, that this defense, assuming Chris Jones is back and part of the equation, I think this defense can be better than what they were this year. Doesn't mean that they're going to be number 2 in sacks.
Can be, or do you think they will be? Because it's very early in the process. So you're taking kind of a shot in the dark, not knowing what they'll draft or who they'll sign in a free agency period.
Yeah, I just thought you can be, obviously. You say, am I confident they are? You just said it yourself, Cody. The signings haven't even taken place yet. But if Chris Jones is on this roster next year, yeah, I think they will be a better defense.
I think it's optimistic.
They can be 5th in sacks and still be a better defense because the secondary has more experience and they're a better unit.
Yeah.
Carl Loftus perhaps continues to get better. Chris Jones, of course, has to be part of the equation for that to even be a possibility.
Yeah, we're certainly not having that conversation. When you had said yesterday, you're like, oh, they're going to be better. And I was like, yeah, and I was trying to really think about it objectively, because last year they were like the 15th ranked defense. And honestly, unless there's some move that's happening that I'm not familiar with, that's about where I think they'll be. whatever they get up in the secondary for the players that do improve, and let's admit that every year there are players who get worse, players who get better, and players who stay about the same.
Yeah, the beautiful thing is they're so young on defense, I still think it trends more likely that they get better.
That there's a higher percentage of players who get better. And I don't think that's unfair, especially in a secondary that was as young as it is. But they pretty much are already looking at maximum output from Willie Gay, already looking at maximum output from Nick Bolton. They're already looking at what the maximum play they can get from Chris Jones and Frank Clark is. Like, we are limited ourselves to really the three really young secondary players, McDuffie, Watson, and Williams, and the improvement we could probably get out of guys like Karlaftis. That's pretty much what we're narrowing.
That's pretty good, though.
No doubt. Especially because Karlaftis and all four of those guys play premium positions. So it's not like it's unimportant that those are the guys who haven't yet reached their peak. But I don't know. I feel like whatever drop-off they're going to get on the defensive line gets made up in the secondary. I'm feeling like it's probably heading towards another league average defense. I don't know if they take some big leap forward just because their secondary players are a little bit better, considering how unknown the defensive line is going to be. Their depth really propelled them this year in the NFL. Where the Chiefs are going to end up in the final ranking of the season defensive-wise is going to largely be based on how well their defensive line plays. Because 2 years ago, when they were 5 or 6 spots worse in a points per game category from a defensive perspective, well, they were third to last or fourth to last in sacks. And I'm pretty sure it's almost a damn near lock. They're going to regress there a little.
Yeah, I don't think
they're not staying the number 2 sack team in the NFL.
Whoa.
Oh, what do we have here?
That's the mock draft sounder. It is February 24th. The combine takes place next week.
That's right, guys. Interviews begin. Squatting begin.
Do you squat?
I do squat.
Do you squat?
Tuesdays are leg days.
Okay, so you're squatting on Tuesday as well.
I am squatting. I am officially going to be squatting on Tuesdays. I just want to let that be known right now.
Good.
So for anybody who has questions about when's the next time I'm going to squat, if you want to come and watch me squat as well, I'll put on a spandex leotard and I'll squat for you.
That'll happen to be the same day you and Binkley, who've announced a new project for the draft-related stuff. That's Tuesdays is when that's going to be released.
Wait, Bink is squatting with you?
No, Bink will not be squatting with me, but he is interested in what I am squatting, so I'll have to report back to him. That's right. Yeah, Character Concerns podcast with Bink, myself, Kristen Ocero, episode number 1, releasing on Tuesday, wherever you get your podcast. So go subscribe to that right now.
Who would you say has more character concerns on the Character Concern podcast?
Bink. So, guys, back to the mock draft sounder. Here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to tell you the player, and then you guys are going to give me your assessment of this draft, and then afterwards I'll tell you who the draft is from, the mock draft is from. Okay, so the player for the Chiefs, pick number 31, B.J. Ojulari, edge rusher from LSU.
So it's funny you bring him up because I was watching a couple LSU games this year, and there was a few bets that I had, and there has not been, I think I could find the old tweet that I sent out, and I think I tweeted something to extent of, I've never seen a player just dominate a football game quite like that.
Yep.
And that is exactly who he is. Like, he is ridiculous. Oh, yeah, that would make me very excited to add him to this defense.
I'll give it a solid A-. I like the idea of going edge rusher, and if, I don't know, Gold's 2-game sample of assessment is correct, feels like that's a good way. And they managed to take one of the better pass rushers in the draft last year, even though there were 4 or 5 guys on the defensive line taken in front of Karlaftis.
You're totally right, though, Gold. There were times this year where you just saw him absolutely wreck games. I think that would probably be your potential Frank Clark replacement.
That's a dream fall 2 guy, it feels like.
No, I mean, he's pretty consistent. I mean, it's hard to tell at this point. We'll see what happens after combine. Guys' stocks are going to rise. They're going to fall. As of right now, he's pretty consistently being mocked to the end of the first round. This mock draft, guys, comes to us courtesy of friend of the show, Nate Taylor.
Wow, okay.
Right. So he didn't. So Nate didn't do. He did an all Chiefs draft. So kind of like how Bink will do his mock drafts. He's not drafting 1 through 31. He's just talking about guys who might be available and who the Chiefs would be interested in.
Okay. Good start. You got another one?
Oh, you want more of his picks?
Oh, I know. I thought you were going to do like
this-
several of the. I thought we were going to run through a few. I'm sorry.
I never
Just
said
the
that.
one.
No, I never said that I was going to.
I misunderstood. I like the pick a lot. I am interested. I was worried you were going to say like Bijan Robinson. I was going to have to give it an F minus.
And I do have another. You know, I've always got mocks ready. If you want another one, okay, here's another one for you. Nolan Smith, edge rusher from Georgia.
Seems like a common theme here.
I mean, anytime we talk about defense in Georgia, and we know the track record that they have with pushing out talent, I mean, automatically you get a level of respect. If you tell me the guy played at Georgia and was
Georgia or LSU, Alabama.
Immediately I'm intrigued, right? Immediately you're intrigued by it. And this is a Georgia team that lost so many players a year ago, and yet their defense is not going to produce multiple first-round picks.
Only had 3 sacks
Turns
last
out
year.
when you get a top 3 draft or recruiting class every year, you're going to churn out some talent. So you guys like this one as well?
Not as much as the other.
It's like a B. I'm looking at his sack total numbers throughout the years. Was he hurt last year? Or did he just get way less tackles?
Who is this? We're talking about Nolan Smith?
Nolan Smith.
No, it's not my job to.
He's not exactly a perfect.
Aren't you hosting a draft show, man?
I am.
Character
hosting
concerns?
Yeah, I am.
Does he have any character concerns?
No, none to my
Okay.
knowledge. None to my knowledge.
Good.
I like it. It's a B. Who did this one?
This comes to us courtesy of Tom Fernelli of CBS Sports.
I just think, man, I
Tom
think
Fernelli.
Nolan Smith just cuts a tight, efficient track to the ball in pursuit. I think that's the key with him.
Really?
Interesting. It's a very specific way you just put
I mean,
that.
he's a
Guys,
lower
he's got
weight.
potential to become a bend and flatten rusher. I think it's going to be great.
You're just looking at his NFL.com
Guys, he
draft
attacks
profile.
pulling blocks too.
Okay.
Attacks pulling blocks. Do you think even the person who wrote that knows what that means?
The one concern is he's kind of slender through the waist and hips.
What's his bend?
He needs a little more mass, I would say, overall.
Are his
but
hips greasy?
I don't want to talk too much about that, but I think he's
His hips
unable to
greasy.
control the block and shed quickly, so that would be a concern.
I know for a fact he is at NFL.com because I know NFL.com does a draft profile, pros and cons on every single
I'm just
player.
telling you, he's very average pursuit speed for a smaller player.
Wow, average pursuit. He's not a fast guy. Okay, well, if we're doing that, Nick, then I'd say a B. I like that they're both interested in edge rusher, which feels like it's got to be, once again, pretty close to the top priority from a draft perspective. Although you've said before, you think this is kind of a luxury draft a little bit.
Well,
where they're not forced to
positions.
take defensive line. They could go a few different ways.
I mean, at some point in the draft, they should take defensive line. As far as the first round pick, there's 6, 7 positions where I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, how could you draft that position? There's 6 or 7 that you can make a case for, whether we're talking about edge rushers, right tackle, left tackle on offense, wide receivers, safeties. You could go down quite the list of positions that would make sense for the Chiefs. And next week we'll hear from Brett Veach for really the first time on draft-related type of stuff, which will be interesting to see. We all know it's a lot of smokescreen stuff gets thrown out there from everybody involved. Those are the latest mocks. Mock draft sounder.
Mock draft season is here, folks.
Love it.
We're in. We're going to start hearing this more, aren't we?
Can character concerns and get on the Odyssey app, though, right? Odyssey app, 610sports.com, you, Bink, Chris, Uno, Ciro, each week. And then once it gets close to the draft, I'm assuming you guys will be live as well.
That's right. We'll have a few actually live shows here on the airwaves.
Perfect, man. Draft season. And it's in KC this year. Even more hype.
Double
around
draft
it.
season. We're
More
actually going to have to
mocks.
double the mocks.
More mocks.
Coming up next, we'll get to what's trending. And let's say he doesn't come back. What does that actually mean for this defense? Next.
There's Kelsey to the end zone.
Cody and Gold brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com. Don't miss the Chiefs Red Half Hour every day at 11:30 on your official broadcast partner of the Chiefs, 610 Sports Radio.
Hi, I'm Rex.
And I'm Crystal.
We're KC Real Estate Buyers.
And we buy houses for cash.
If you own a house and want to avoid the hassles, sell fast, and at a fair price,
Call us today at 816-330-6000.
we can pay cash and close quickly.
We buy houses in any condition, any price range, and in any location.
We're private real estate investors who buy several houses a month, and we want to buy more.
We buy inherited houses, divorce houses,
Behind in payment houses,
smelly and outdated houses, tired of being a landlord houses,
vacant houses, your grandma's shag carpet houses.
foreclosure houses, hey, even perfectly fine houses.
If you want to avoid the hassles, get a price, and sell your home fast, call us today at 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000.
Call us today or go to rexbuyskc.com.
That's rexbuyskc.com. Don't forget the number, 816-330-6000.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Fuel your need for sports and delicious food at Bogey's Windy City Pub. All the sports packages, tons of TVs, scratch menu, weekend brunch, and low happy hour. It's always game time at Bogey's Windy City Pub, your neighborhood restaurant and sports bar. South Leawood, bogieswindycitypub.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
There are so many reasons to get hooked on Church's 8-piece shrimp meal. It's dippable, crunchable, downright irresistible, and it starts at $5.99. The only catch? It's only here for a limited time. Church's Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor.
BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, unleashes the spirit of Las Vegas with BetMGM Rewards. Every time you make a wager at BetMGM, you can earn BetMGM Rewards points that you can redeem for online bonus credits, like bonus bets and bet insurance tokens. Planning a trip to Vegas? You can also convert your BetMGM points into MGM Rewards points that you can use towards dining, shows, and hotel rooms at over 20 MGM Resorts properties located on the Las Vegas Strip and nationwide. BetMGM Rewards is sports betting's premier loyalty program featuring exclusive offers, incredible experiences, and valuable perks when you wager on the BetMGM app. Sign up with BetMGM or log on today for an even bigger piece of the action with BetMGM Rewards. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Kansas only. New and existing customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire 7 days from issuance. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700 in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
With Spectrum Mobile and the epic new Samsung Galaxy S23 series, you get the fastest Samsung phone delivering even faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. Trade in with Spectrum and get $600 off the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series, plus the value of your trade-in. Visit a Spectrum store or spectrum.com/Samsung for details. Service not available in all areas. Internet required. Equipment required. Restrictions apply.
Come explore aisle after aisle at Lilly-owned Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstores for thousands of different wines, craft whiskeys, beers, and other fine spirits available in-store or online at lucaskc.com. Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstores.
Here's football star Tony Romo for Skechers Max Cushioning Footwear.
You know when you go to your kid's game and you have to sit on those uncomfortable, super hard bleachers? That's how I feel now when I wear regular shoes. Why? Because once I started wearing Skechers Max Cushioning, I've been spoiled with how amazing extra cushioning feels. Skechers maxed out the cushioning with a thick, comfy slice of super light Ultra Go cushioning. For a a soft, pillowy feel with every step.
See all the fashionable styles of Max Cushioning at the Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
You're listening to 610 Sports Radio from the Max Motors Studios.
The second time in 4 seasons, the Lombardi Trophy has a red and gold reflection. A big red reflection. The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
610 Sports Radio, KCSP Kansas City, WDAF HD2 Liberty, and Odyssey Station. What's trending?
All right, let's check in on the hot topics trending.
All right, number 1 on what's trending, of course, local college basketball. We're down to the final 2 conference games of the season for all 3 local schools, and then we got the Big 12 and SEC tournament. KU will host West Virginia tomorrow at 3 o'clock. KU number 3 in the country. The Missouri Tigers coming off an overtime win earlier in the week. They're going to take on Georgia tomorrow at noon on the road in Athens. And the Kansas State Wildcats, of course, the very difficult Big 12, they will take on Oklahoma State. That one at 1 o'clock. That is also on the road in Stillwater.
Next up on What's Trending, according to Brett McMurphy, Apple has not made a formal offer for the Pac-12 media rights like we talked about yesterday. But not kidding, Ion Television has emerged as a potential Pac-12 partner, according to sources over at the Action Network. So apparently they're planning on breaking up episode reruns of Criminal Minds with Pac-12 football. Could it be more bleak for them? Every single time I see more news about them, I feel like it's even worse. Somehow Apple TV, Ion Television sounds so much worse. I understand they launched something called Script Sports. Good luck finding that on your cable TV provider.
What is that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. Again, not a great sign if that's emerged as a potential suitor for your media rights.
I mean,
I understand that people think that we're from Big 12 countries, so we're just saying the Pac-12's in trouble. The Pac-12's in big trouble.
Ion Television, real quick, these are the shows that are on Ion Television.
It's like Criminal Minds and NCIS and stuff,
Blue
right?
Bloods, Bones, Chicago Fire, Chicago PD, Criminal Minds, Hawaii Five-0, Law and Order Special Victims Unit, NCIS, all the NCISs, and then Pac-12 football. Let's go.
Let's go watch Arizona State amidst that.
Really
Coming up next, a rerun of Season 4 of Criminal Minds.
Next up on What's Trending, The Athletic reporting today that Russell Wilson, while he was with the Seahawks, tried to get their general manager, John Schneider, and their head coach, Pete Carroll, fired. Russell Wilson, of course, refutes that report. I mean, even if you did say it, there's no way you can be like, you know what? Yeah, man, I did.
I hated him, and I wanted him out.
Of course you got to deny it. I mean, I have no idea, obviously, if it's true or not, but I'll trust the Athletics reporting on this. And it kind of makes sense around some of the noise that was out there in Seattle, at least with Pete Carroll. I'm even more surprised at John Schneider as well. But there was a lot of noise that Russell Wilson wanted a different head coach than Pete Carroll. And now look who got the last laugh with Pete Carroll and John Schneider, who got draft compensation for Russ. He had a terrible year. They turned Geno Smith into a guy that looks like a comparable starter for the first time ever in this league. And I think he'll be back with the Seahawks, by the way. I think they will have Geno Smith back on like a 2 or 3 year deal.
Next up on What's Trending, coordinator Adrian Wojnarowski, Quinn Snyder and the Atlanta Hawks are progressing in talks to make him their next head coach. So the resolution could come within the next couple of days. Quinn Snyder has been the focus, according to him, of their search pretty much from the beginning. But yes, the former Missouri Tigers head coach Quinn Snyder likely to be the next coach of the Atlanta Hawks.
Had a lot of success in Utah, so that makes quite a bit of sense as well. Next up on What's Trending, Jeff Bezos has hired a firm to look into a possible bid for the Washington Commanders. There's a lot of belief around the NFL that the NFL would really like him to put in a bid to own the Commanders and take over for Dan Snyder. They also would like it because financial backing, you're required to have 30% of like the equity of the team, and obviously
not a problem for Jeff Bezos.
Not a problem for him. Not a problem for him. There's some thought that he would partner up with like a group that had Jay-Z
and some others,
and others in it, but he hasn't formally put in everything. but he's looking into it. He also owns the Washington Post, and there's some thought that he would need to sell the Washington Post as part of the agreement in order to buy the Commanders as well.
I think that he'd probably be fine with that. Lastly, on training, we are looking for summer interns. No, not joking.
Yes.
We here at Cody and Gold are looking for summer interns to work with us here at Odyssey and 610 Sports Radio. You can apply right now at careers-odyssey. The job title you're looking for, promotions assistant, part-time, Kansas City, is the exact heading you're looking for. The people who will be in charge of the search committee, the three of us. Me, Alex, and Nick will be conducting all interviews, which will be recorded. We will be, maybe some will be on air. Can't say that for sure, but we're going to be going through a diligent process to find ourselves some summer interns. You pointed out earlier, Vinny Pasquantino and Michael Massey, not available to be summer interns.
We lost 2 interns.
As good as the job that they did in the fall, so we're looking for actual summer interns. So if you want to apply, we sent out the link on our Twitter pages. Go find it.
I have final say on everything.
It's a paid internship too. Michael Massey and Vinny Pasquantino did not get paid to be our interns.
They actually paid to be our interns. They had to pay to park.
They did, but now they kind of have a full-time job. I don't know if you guys know that, but this afternoon they have a baseball game to play in right here on 610 Sports Radio at 2:05. I will mention this. I've had a lot of people point this out on Twitter that have seen the job listing, and they've been quoting certain lines.
Okay, what's the problem?
Let me just read you a section from the job
Do we
listing.
need the music down so people can take you serious? We're talking about a job listing.
Sure.
Okay.
It says physical requirements, because you may think you're just going to sit on your ass for 4 hours. No. And this particular physical requirement applies more to what Nick does. Just I want you to think about that. What Nick has to do. What Nick has to do.
To do this job.
To do this job, to get us through this show. So let me just read you. It says physical requirements. While performing the duties of this job, the employee is frequently required to stand, walk, sit, use hands to finger, handle, or feel objects, tools, or controls. I'm just reading what it says. Use hands to finger, handle, or feel objects, tools, or controls. Nick was just extremely horny. Yeah. So I don't know why Nick made sure that line's in the job listing. He was very, very dead set on that being in there. I do like sex.
Okay, interesting. So those are some of the requirements. Look, we didn't write the job requirements.
No.
We're just going to be the people who enforce that.
You got to be 18 or older. Other than that, we don't care anything else. No discrimination, of course. It's an actual job.
It's an actual job. We're not allowed to discriminate based on
race, color, religion, sex, gender, you name it.
Let me just go ahead and put it to you like this. This ain't your grandma's radio show. This ain't your grandma's internship.
Nick, you nasty bastard.
What do you think how many applications are you guys expecting to go through here?
Dozens.
Oh, yeah, I think there will be.
Hundreds? Even?
Not hundreds, but I think there'll be 30-plus applications.
Okay. You know where to find it.
If you want the link, you can text us. I'll send you the link as well. 913-586-7610. I'll get you the link to the application. Doesn't matter what you've done. This is an internship with this station and this show. And it's paid.
There will be
tons of money, too. Tons of money.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to lie to the people.
Well, they'll find out.
But it is paid. That is an accurate description.
It is a paid internship.
And you'll be working directly with us.
They'll eat 10 egg salad sandwiches to get the job.
10? That's too many, man. Nobody wants to watch you eat 10 of those. Maybe one, but it's got to be the vending machine one. Is that one still out there? Do you know?
I haven't checked.
CDOT has not expressed direct interest in having one of the interns work with this show.
I think he said no. So just going to be
But we know that the morning show has taken on interns as well. So don't let the time slot discourage you from applying. You know, you were once an intern with the morning show. How early did you have to get here for that internship?
Early mornings. We here at 5, but we were waking up around 4:10, 4:15.
That's just too early, man.
Let's go in the morning. Intern right here.
Turns you into a top 18 midday radio show.
That's what it can do
in the country.
That's what it can do with.
Yeah, that's what's important.
So think about that. If you intern with us, maybe one day you can be top 17. Maybe one day you can be a top 17 radio host.
Or you could help us become top 17, which we would give you ample credit for, right, Nick?
True. And Nick is going to take you under his, he's going to take you under his wing, and he's going to do a great job,
That's right. I'm going to put my arm around you.
Mm-hmm.
I think after we just did the job description, maybe don't say that.
You can put your
arm around me. Physical requirements to move objects with your hands and fingers.
Why fingers? Hands is implied. If I have to move things with my hands, I assume my fingers are related
It's
to
an
that.
actual line. It says employee is frequently required to use hands to finger, handle, or feel objects. That's what it says.
You know what that is? That's ableism. Right, Cody? Are you familiar with ableism?
You're saying that we're fighting against people who may not have
Who
the
maybe
ability?
don't have the ability to finger things.
I mean, it also says I'll have to be able to talk, hear, and smell. So,
Really? What? So, like, if this is like a Dewey Cox situation.
Do you think you will interrupt people in the interview, Cody? Do you think you're going to make it through?
Hey, no, you got it. This you want to be practice for real life. Real life is me interrupting you. Can't be thrown off your game just because I interrupted one thing you were saying one time.
From the 206, someone says, fellas, this is your friendly neighborhood show lawyer reminding you to not talk about being horny during the hiring process.
Yeah, we'll be careful
during
about
the
that.
interview itself. We will be very professional.
We were specifically told not.
Yeah, no joke.
I mean, we were given a list of things immediately that we cannot bring up in the interview process.
There was a list of 5 or 6 questions that we were told we cannot ask during the
Not
interview.
even jokingly.
Yeah.
So,
Because it is a real job listing.
Yeah.
It is a real
Do you
job.
have to really apply for it?
Yeah, this is something that's fake. So yes, we are going to have to abide by some equal opportunity employer type stuff, you know?
I'd like to equally employ people. So
that's great.
It's not a problem for me. I'm looking forward to it. Get your, I don't know.
Get your fingers ready.
When do you think we're going to go through this process?
Next couple weeks.
Next couple of weeks, we'll look at the
really,
applications?
It's more towards summertime. We're not in any rush. We're trying to find the right candidates. If that means it takes 2 months, it takes 2 months.
And somebody asked, is there any coffee runs? No, this is a real internship. We're not just hiring you to come be our bitch.
Oh, yeah, we're not-
we're
yeah,
not
yeah.
an errand boy. I know other shows, other hosts in the city would have you do that. Like, you may go be an intern for a different show, and they may tell you to go, make sure you remind them to pick up their kid from soccer practice.
Yeah, not
or
happening
keep
here.
their schedule for
We're not
them.
asking you to go get us a slushie at Sonic. I can tell you that. That's not happening.
What if we
here.
were in the middle of the show, though, and we were talking about the crazy Calzone again? Would it be okay in that situation for show content
if it's
purposes?
for content.
Okay.
If it's for content.
Okay. Not just for running errands. We're not going to just make someone go pick up your dry
No, you're going to learn
but
about
if-
the
but-
industry.
but-
the dirty underbelly of this industry, man.
But if you happen to mention that you would be willing to pick up a Chipotle rice bowl occasionally, then that might help you.
Now you're asking for lunch?
Well, they won't have to pay for it.
I honestly think this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because they may never let us have interns again after this. So,
Wow. Yeah.
You might
Let's just
be
hope-
the
I just
only
hope-
show interns
I
ever.
just hope you, or in particular, Nick, doesn't say something in the interview process that then requires us to make a new listing for a full-time producer as well. That's what I think.
Or
we
a
need to-
full-time co-host.
Or co-host, yeah. Or the entire show.
I mean, if we are ranking the people most likely to get in trouble through this interview process, you are probably last. And Nick and I are higher on that list.
Oh, no. Between the three of us.
Really
Great
win.
deduction
Yeah.
skills.
Good job.
You're last, and I was trying to decide between Nick and I who's more likely to get in trouble. I think it might be Nick, but I'm kind of a wild card in that situation. I'm trying to follow all the rules.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure Nick is sitting far away from the candidate.
Oh,
as
no,
well.
I'm going to be close. I'm going to be the closest.
Oh, jeez.
So like right next to them?
Yes.
Let's do an interview
I wanna know
bench,
how you-
so you guys actually have to share
I want to
a seating
know
area.
how you handle pressure.
Okay.
Physical pressure.
No, that's not allowed. We just discussed
That's
this.
part of the problem.
You can't put physical pressure
Yeah.
on people in the interview process.
Yeah,
Or once
physical.
they're hired.
Yeah, physical pressure.
He wants to leg wrestle them.
I want to apply pressure. I'm going to be right here next to you. Applying pressure.
How much whispering are you planning on doing in the interview?
See, you're uncomfortable. You're uncomfortable, aren't you?
I don't like it.
You don't like it when I whisper, do you?
Okay, well, if you're looking for an internship, you know where to look. It's up on Odyssey's website.
That's right.
Promotions assistant part-time. That's what you're
Apply
looking for.
now. What else do you guys want to talk about?
I don't know. I was kind of just thought maybe just wrap up, call it a day.
Just end it right now? You're done?
Has the boss left for vacation yet?
Not yet.
I'm going to go check.
Not yet. Lights are still on in the office.
All right. Better do something else then.
Did you guys find out did you guys see that email about who our boss is while Speck's gone?
We got an email, so Speck is going to be out of town next week. So you definitely want to tune in the show next week because you just really don't know. You really don't know what's going to happen.
Bosses, and we're in charge of hiring interns.
And it says
trouble.
Rob Brenton will be in charge. So we should, any questions we have about anything, we should ask Rob, because we would do the same thing for Speck. Have Rob come in studio during the show and ask Rob on air any particular question we have.
Let's actually ask him about some of the questions we might have about the hiring process next week.
I mean, Rob's going to be in charge next week.
That guy rules with an iron fist.
It's going to be.
You give him a taste of power.
That's it? You think we're just going to get locked down?
Drill sergeant.
No more fun on this show, huh?
No, man.
Yeah.
That is a guy you do not want to cross. Like, I've seen, like, if you don't get, like, a report on his desk when he asks for it.
Report?
He will. I mean, that guy will rip your head off. You don't, like, if you end up being an intern under Rob Brenton, good luck. Good luck. He weeds out the weak quickly.
This is another person you'd be hypothetically working near or with intern on this station.
You'd be lucky to get on this show.
You want to talk about Brad Keller a little bit?
Let's do it.
Should we do that? We had
Royals Baseball's on the air today, so this feels like the right time.
Yeah, we had Vinny Pasquantino join us earlier on in the show, but Brad Keller was on Fesco in the Morning yesterday morning. He talked a lot, Cody, about everything he's been working on, of course, this offseason and trying to bounce back. I mean, this is a massive year for Brad Keller. Let's be honest, there was some thought, Cody, after last season that maybe he would not be back with this team. I mean, that was a real thing that was being floated out there by some based off of what was a very disappointing year for Brad Keller. But this is a guy, though, that just a year plus ago, we were talking about whether or not he should get a long-term extension with the organization.
And how quickly things changed there. But in listening to the interview that the morning show did with him just yesterday, and going through Annie Rogers, who writes for MLB.com, going through her article on Brad Keller today, it is so obvious that the Royals are at least partially, but I would say majority to blame at the time for what happened with Brad Keller last year. They got in his way. Now, the good news is for you, it is not the people that are currently here, right? It's not that. I'm not talking about the guys who are in charge now. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Cal Eldred and Mike Matheny. They got in his head. They applied a lot of pressure. They made him think about pitching way too hard. And as a result of that, I think it derailed his season. I think it fell apart, and he kept trying to find new things to do that were going to salvage it in the middle of a year that was already lost and not going to be there. And I think in this case, this is where, like, having Q or having a different pitching style and management are going to go a long way. You know what's funny about this is that even though Brad Keller's season, and last year, the year before, did not go well either, had really fallen further down where we had expected him to be, he's still like only a slightly below average league pitcher. He had a 5.09 ERA last year. It's not good, right? It's not what you want to see. He obviously didn't start as many games as he had the year before or the 2 years before that because he only started 22 games last year and then was pitching out of the bullpen. It would be so easy to get Brad Keller back to league average starter with a 4-point earned run average in the American League just with a couple of switches. And look, I'm not going to get into spring training stuff.
Easy? I mean,
I don't think it's that crazy. I think simply getting some good pitching management with him, as in not Cal Eldred, will go a long way with Brad
I hope
Keller.
you're right. I mean, I don't know if I would say it's like easy, but if that is really what the main problem was, then yes, that should be something that can turn around what was an otherwise really disappointing last year plus for Brad Keller. It's something that if you're Brad Keller, you certainly hope was the reason for it, and it was more about the mental side of the game and just everything that was going on with the prior regime for the most part. If that is actually what it is, then I have way more confidence that he can bounce back. If there's other things to go along with it, then we might be sitting here in June and July talking about some more frustration. But if that's what they truly believe was the biggest issue, well, then that should be something that is resolved. You said easily, maybe so.
I'll say this: they got to give him another chance to start. Like Brad Keller, he needs another chance to start because that's where his real value is going to be. There's other guys who can project to be better bullpen arms. It's not that Brad Keller has no skills there. That's obviously where he cut his teeth before becoming a starter in the big leagues. But his value to the Royals organization in the long term to me is as a horse, right? Pitch 180 innings, Have a 4.25 ERA. I don't care. Be Jeremy Guthrie, right? Show up, pitch your innings, make your 30 starts, throw 94 to 95, and eat up some innings for this team while we're in the middle of winning. That, to me, is where his end value should still be looked at from this. The one part that concerns me is always I'm doing a new pitch. Like the part of the article where he's talking about new curveball, worked on that. That's a huge, huge, huge part of my game. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's not that I don't want people reinventing themselves, but anytime you're having to be like, I'm just going to throw a completely new pitch, I feel like that comes with a lot of variance. I want to kind of eliminate the variance for him and him to get back to the things that do well. But part of what got Brad Keller in trouble is what got this entire pitching staff in trouble. He started walking people. That wasn't a problem when he was pitching his best baseball. Then he started his whip shot up, his walks per 9 shot up over the last 2 seasons. Those are the things that eventually, and his strikeouts have always been kind of flat, so it's not like he could just get out of those jams. I feel like, maybe I'm just way too optimistic. I feel like Brad Keller could just go right back. We could be maybe not the 2.47 ERA, Brad Keller, but I think he could just go. I think he could go right back to being a really solid, every fifth day starter for the Royals.
Well, that would certainly be great news for the Royals organization, considering still what we talk about with this young pitching staff. And right now, Brady Singer's going to be this team's opening day starter. I don't think there should be no debate there. And, Zach Greinke's back for one more year. Jordan Lyles, someone that we might have a chance to talk to over the next couple of days, if not today, next week. A newcomer on a 2-year deal. I mean,
they want him in the mix.
That's the guy that's in the rotation mix. And then, of course, Daniel Lynch, someone that's going to pitch today, coming up around 2 o'clock. So then, all right, is Brad...
Well, the good news is they're not going to give it to anybody. It's going to be an earned spot. If Brad Keller's a starter in the 5, he will have deserved it. Although it's funny because last year, their best starter was Brady Singer wasn't a starter, and he was clearly their best starter.
Brady Singer was in the bullpen, and then, of course, went down to the minors. And now, if you talk about confidence level, it feels like Brady Singer has a chance to have a really, really impressive season. I think this is a great opportunity. I think Brady Singer is going to have a strong year for the Royals. I expect the best year of Brady Singer's career this year.
I'm just ready for the Royals pitching development to be in line with what everyone else in baseball is doing. I'm not saying they weren't doing any of those things, but they obviously, based on anybody who reports on where they were behind a little there, or maybe a lot in some cases, the way pitching was being taught in so many other organizations. They've got a pitching staff that seems relevant to that. They've got a manager who seems relevant to that. Their general manager, J.J. Piccolo, seems way more aware of that. It seems like it's all heading in a direction where expecting some leaps or expecting some return to normalcy is all I'm asking in Brad Keller's case, is not asking way too much this season. Keller seems like maybe the most likely candidate because I've watched him have success, even more so than the young pitchers who haven't even gotten that taste of success. Although I go back to Daniel Lynch's year, who's starting for the Cactus League opener, you realize he just didn't even play in AA or AAA, right? The weird COVID year, he was in A-ball, and then they're like, go to the majors. I mean, yeah, weird.
Well,
that he struggled a little bit.
That first out, you and I were both at that game, I think.
Yeah, we were.
That was brutal. That was rough from the first pitch. I mean, really, from the very first pitch. But we'll see how they start looking early today, and it's this afternoon. Daniel Lynch is getting an inning.
Yeah,
it's not much. Very small size to work with at this point in time. But this afternoon, it'll be good to have Royals baseball back on the airwaves, 2:05 right here on 610 Sports Radio. Up next, though, we know about free agency in the NFL. And there's always that view of the best case scenario, that dream signing. There was one name that was floated out that makes no sense to either Cody or myself. We'll tell you who it is next.
Cody and Gold on 610 Sports Radio, brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com.
How hectic is your morning routine right now? Maybe you're trying to get the kids to school, you're packing lunches, then you've got to make sure you're set up for your work day as well. What if I told you could save at least a couple of minutes each and every morning if you could not have to deal with the hassle of making sure you have your contact solution when you're traveling for work? Because maybe you don't need contacts anymore. Maybe you don't need to worry about your glasses anymore. That can be a reality if you call my friends over at Vision. That's because about 18 months ago, I made a phone call and found out that I was a candidate for SBK Advanced LASIK. After using glasses or contacts for much of my life, I just don't have to worry about that anymore. It's nice not having to spend the money on the contacts and the contact solution. It's nice not having to worry about my glasses in the summertime if I'm by the pool. If in the wintertime the glasses are fogging up as I'm going into stores because it's cold outside. And right now is the best time to call Dury Vision because you can save up to $1,000 on your LASIK procedure with their friends and family discount. But you got to hurry up. It ends on February 28th. So give them a call, 913-491-3330, or go online to duryvision.com.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus and no trade-in required.
No trade-in? Hey, wait a sec. Do you also work at T-Mobile?
Well...
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you switch. No trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
Michelob Ultra welcomes to the KC Golf Show February 24th through the 26th at the Overland Park Convention Center. Get bonus golf online and perks while they last. See legend Tom Watson Saturday the 25th at 1, promoting his Watson Links initiative. Test new clubs with Golf MD. Let Fit Muscle and Joint and Stretch Zone get you in shape at the golf show February 20th to 26th at the OP Convention Center. Presented by Cleveland Golf, Ole the Ford Lincoln, Advent Health Championship, Neutral, Crown Royal, and Bushnell Golf. VIP tickets at kansascitygolfshow.com.
If you like hunting and fishing, Outdoor America with Tommy Bench is your destination. Great guest hunting and fishing tips Saturday at 5 a.m. on 610 Sports Radio and the Odyssey app. Listen on demand at 610sports.com, the weekend programming channel, presented by Wholesale Battery.
Whether your dog is in their puppy, adult, or senior years, the best way to feed their happy, healthy life is with fresh, healthy food. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to keep your best friend healthy inside and out with fresh recipes made from real meat and veggies. They're pre-portioned just for your pup and delivered right to your door. Help your dog live a healthy life and get 50% off your first box of real fresh food at thefarmersdog.com/healthieryears23. That's thefarmersdog.com/healthieryears23.
What really stands out about Shane Company is the vibe here. It's fun and welcoming. Hey there, I'm a Shane Company jewelry consultant, and my team and I will work together to make sure you have the best experience possible. We want you to feel at ease. It's a family business, and we'll treat you like family. We'll do whatever it takes to help you find what you're looking for and respect your budget. There are a lot of great things we offer at Shane Company that other jewelers don't, like the largest selection of styles in every price range and endless options to personalize your jewelry. Did you know you can create a necklace or ring starting with one of our beautiful gemstones and then watch our master jewelers at work? That's right. There's a jeweler workshop here in our store. That means you can see firsthand the craftsmanship and attention to detail they put into everything they do. If you've never been here, visit us today and see what we have to offer. It's more than fine jewelry. It's a really fun time.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and Shaneco.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Frigidaire kitchen suite, complete with the latest technology to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and cooking needs met for all families. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Final days to get up to 25% off select appliances, including Frigidaire, ends March 1st. Offer valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. U.S. only. See store online for details.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
The 610 Sports Radio phone line is brought to you by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. Visit getjim.com.
Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Technicians you can trust with your house keys.
At Anthony, we get the job done right the first time. That's why you know us as the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Right now, receive a furnace for free when you purchase a new AC. Schedule online today at anthonyphce.com.
All right, thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday. It is Cody and Gold. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Nick Schwartz with you. Reminder in the 1 o'clock hour today, we have a Snitch Line Friday. It has been a little bit, guys, since we've done a real Snitch Line. We were in Phoenix. Thursday, we'll get stuff reshuffled back in now that we're done with actual in-season football coverage. But Snitch Line coming back, so start thinking, I know that it's been a bit.
Well, we're hiring interns, so maybe the worst thing you've ever done at your job?
Yeah, snitch now, so then you feel better about yourself when you come in for the actual interview. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it out in the open now. The worst things you've done while either an intern or early on or at a previous job.
Okay.
That way you can get it out of the way and feel better about yourself.
913-586-7610. So that's coming up around 1:15 or so. You can start thinking of those. You can also start texting some of those in if you would like. We'll get to the random question of the day here in about 8 minutes or so. But our friends over at Fansided, I say friends because Matt Verderam has joined us on the show, and they put out their free agent predictions and the best one for all 32 teams that they can sign. Now, this was before the Super Bowl, but their answer for the Chiefs, honestly, didn't make any sense. Josh Jacobs. Running back, Josh Jacobs, they said would be the best free agent the Chiefs sign. Now, I don't think they're going to be all that active in free agency, so maybe it's not a name in general that would get you excited, but this one doesn't make any sense.
Because last year was Justin Reed.
Isaiah Pacheco emerged as the starting running back, no question, for this football team. We'll see if they bring back Jerick McKinnon. We'll play some sound from James Palmer, who kind of outlined why that might actually be the case in terms of on McKinnon's side. But Clyde Edwards-Helaire is not a part of this anymore. I think the trade scenario for him is what I would be looking for, where maybe you trade him for a conditional 5th or 6th round pick this offseason. You can go and sign, and I'm not saying not to sign a veteran running back at some point this offseason. I think they will.
But not Josh Jacobs.
Jacobs? What?
Well, here's the thing.
Are you not spending that kind of money?
Here's the only thing that would that could make it make sense. And I know you're like,
okay, let me hear this.
Just to hear the flip side of the argument. Josh Jacobs is going to be like the 7th best running back in the free agent class or something. I don't know if it's that low, but
most likely.
Dude, there's so many free agent running.
And he's 25.
No one's going to get paid. Like, it's just, there are too many. There is going to be a bunch of running backs who sign 1-year contracts in order to be around. And, like, again, the list of free agent running backs, we talk about how few free agent wide receivers are. The list of free agent running backs includes Saquon, Kareem Hunt, who's only 27 years old, Jamal Williams, who's coming off a career year, by the way, from a touchdown perspective, and Josh Jacobs is too. And so many other available, really successful running backs. It's just, I don't know. I mean, he's probably like the 3rd best or 2nd best, but
they also used him like crazy this year because they knew they weren't going to, they declined his option. So it's
the worst time to buy.
They used Josh Jacobs a ton. Like, it's one of those where it reminded me of like Marion Barber back in the day with the Cowboys, where they knew they weren't going to bring him back. So they just ran his ass to death all year. They didn't care about the carries rack up. They're like, we're not going to have to deal with the repercussions of that.
Like, I still think, like, if you're actually thinking about what are the best options for, because, you know, I've seen a couple of people online be like, let's get Kareem Hunt, or I've seen a couple people like, let's get Marcus Peters. People always like the people who leave. And
it
come
is
back.
Weird, man.
But realistically,
why? What is up? Know. What is seriously? What's the reason for bringing back pieces that used to be here, especially if they were with this current regime? I don't get it.
To me, no, I don't get it either. They moved on. They don't need those guys back anymore. It doesn't solve their problems. It's not the thing they need. I think the two most likely high-priced free agents, there are probably 3 that come to mind. They are Mike Evans, who has a chance to be franchise tagged anyway, so you'd have to trade for him. Juju Smith-Schuster, who could just come back as one of the higher price free agents, especially because we think he's going to make somewhere between $15 and $20 million a year. Or a guy like Yannick Ngakoue. That's it. Those are really like end of list, right? Yannick Ngakoue is coming off another really good year. Every single year he seemingly is available in the market either via trade or free agency. Like, it's not running back. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not corner. It's not linebacker. I don't think it's safety. That's where they spent their biggest free agent contract last year. So to me, it can only really come in one of two positions. It can only come at wide receiver, or it can only come on the defensive line. Do you really think that their highest paid free agent this year is not coming from one of those two positions? Seems fairly obvious. Whatever the biggest dollar amount they give out are coming from there. Now, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have thought that their highest price free agent was going to come from the safety last season, and it did. But I also didn't think they were going to pay Patrick Mahomes his full freight last year, and they ended up doing that.
And now they get the luxury of being able to, if they want to convert it this year and save $25 million or whatever, which people think that's what they'll do, then it puts you in a nice spot. Every website has their free agent predictions and stuff, and they're fun to look at. This one just didn't make a whole lot of sense for me. I was curious though who other sites had for Juju. For example, Pro Football Network has Juju signing with the Baltimore Ravens, which was a team 2 years ago, much like the Chiefs that he was rumored and interested in, then stayed with Pittsburgh that 1 year. Last year, he decided to sign with Kansas City. But if I'm Juju, there's kind of a problem with signing with Baltimore. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they kind of have an issue with their quarterback right now who may or may not be there. It's like, why would Juju sign with Baltimore?
The only thing that's confusing about Lamar Jackson is if he is really to go, that never happens in the NFL. Teams never, and I can't repeat this enough, ever give away 26-year-old former MVP winning quarterbacks away. They just don't. The closest we've ever had to that in the NFL is like what we just saw with Russell Wilson, who's well into his 30s and long past, very different circumstance. You're talking like having Lamar Jackson, but it's 7 years later in his career. Can you guys think, maybe I'm wrong, Goldman, but can you guys think of a single example in the NFL where someone let go of like a 26-year-old MVP caliber quarterback before even giving him one extension? Like, it's crazy.
No, it doesn't happen.
So, I don't know, maybe if you're Juju Smith-Schuster, you can talk yourself into, come on, they're not going to do that, are they? They're not going to do that thing.
You can't sign there unless you know Lamar.
Unless you're sure. The NFL, this offseason, I know last year kind of turned into this, but this year is going to be even wackier because we've talked about the lack of depth at wide receiver. We just talked about how many running backs are available. There's actually, if you just need a spot starting quarterback, there's more than normal. It's not a good selection. It's never a great selection, right? But the Jimmy G's of the world, there's a lot of those kind of guys who have made 40, 50.
Are free agents, though?
Well, Jimmy G.
Jimmy G. Derek Carr's a free agent.
Baker Mayfield.
I guess if you want to put him in that same category. At this point, Baker.
It's the same as Jimmy G category. He's made 50 or 60 starts.
Jimmy Garoppolo's better than Baker Mayfield.
Oh, if I'm choosing between the two, but I don't think that their career trajectories are not way far off.
Okay. One guy's been in the Super Bowl and a couple NFC title games.
No, look, I told you that I would choose.
I think Baker, by the way, will be back with the Rams, perhaps.
I think he's just going to end up at the Saints quarterback. They don't have any plan
Baker in New Orleans.
Or Jacoby Brissett, who actually did a pretty good job this year.
Brissett's not a starter. He's just a nice fill-in. He's a great guy to have as a backup.
You don't think he's a starter, but he ends up just being a starter for teams, even though he shouldn't. Geno Smith is technically available as well.
Yeah, and Geno, I think, goes back to Seattle.
Yeah, but there's a weird amount of guys who have been starter caliber quarterbacks available. I'm not saying you'd want them to all start for you.
For is actually Jameis as a backup. If
Here's another one.
Shane Buechele right now would be the backup in Kansas City.
Well, you and Jameis here?
Yeah, as a backup. I would love that.
Nick, who do you want to be the backup quarterback in Kansas City? Let's really get to the February sports conversations now.
Gardner Minshew, baby. Minshew madness.
Gardner Minshew.
I'm serious
okay.
To a certain extent,
I like that one.
We have seen twice in these playoff runs for the Chiefs that Mahomes has been hurt. And you have needed someone that you feel confident.
Can I get Taylor Heineke? Is he available?
Can execute a drive or multiple drives like Chad Henne did. So you have to do you think Shane Buechele will be able to do that? And if not, I would like a guy that has some starting experience. I'm very serious to that. I would rather have somebody with some experience.
Minshew madness.
I'm going to go Taylor Heineke. We're all going former NFL starters.
I think Minshew probably wants someplace where he can have a real chance to eventually start, but I don't know.
It's always a competition in Kansas City. You've heard Andy Reid.
That's right.
Nobody gets their spot.
Yeah, Mahomes doesn't just get the job handed to him. Yeah. Good point, Nick. That's the kind of stuff you're going to learn as an intern, too. How to fire back like Nick just did, Takes like that.
Ride that mustache into one Arrowhead Drive.
If you had to say one thing you thought was the most important quality for a possible intern at this station, what would you say it is, Nick?
Oh, wow.
The ability to use your fingers in a variety of ways.
Yeah, that's based on the job description, physical requirements. Those fingers have to be used on all kinds of objects. I'm just reading the job description.
Yeah, you are. I can't even, first time somebody sent us that, I didn't realize
that's
the way.
Employee is frequently required to use hands to finger, handle, or feel objects. It's a direct quote from an official job listing at Odyssey.
And you might think that we wrote that because we're going to be in charge of the hiring process, but we didn't actually write the job description. That was done by somebody far more important than us.
Let's get to the random question of the day.
Random question.
For you, Gold, for you, Nick, over in the text line, 913-586-7610. This random question today comes via our guy, Vinny Pasquantino, earlier today. We had him on the show. We had asked him a little bit about this recurring thing, but this was asked on Ask Me Anything on Reddit from the MLB account, which they asked, do you have any recurring nightmares? I'll give you Vinny's answer, and then we can give the answer. He said, yeah, I mean, who doesn't? There's this one that I can't even explain, but I can see it so vividly. This is going to sound so stupid, but pounds of meat. I try to throw and then catch. I've probably had it 8 to 10 times in my life. Typically, when I was younger, it was like a court, but I was playing like 2D. It was like a game, but I'm not sure what the game was. A gabagool really gets me. So I want to know what your recurring nightmares are.
Yeah, like I don't.
Do you have the falling one, or do you have the toothmare ones? Right, where you're just like, oh, like people have dreams like their teeth are falling out. That's common in high stress situations.
What?
Oh, I've had that a couple of times.
That your teeth are just falling out?
Yeah, it's terrifying.
So I've had somewhere like somehow I was running from the cops somehow in one.
You running from the cops?
Yeah, that was a weird one.
You've had that recurring? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't have. As I said, I don't have
no recurring dreams.
I'm just thinking of individual dreams. I don't have the same dream that happens over and over. In fact, I don't. I didn't dream last night. I'm trying to think like when's the last time I had like a vivid dream that I remember.
You're not a dreamer, huh? I remember my dreams all the time, Nick. Do you? Are you a regular remember of your dreams?
I don't have dreams every night, but this is so I can't even say that. Like there's so many different reasons why I can't say the dream that I had last night.
Whoa.
Really?
What was it?
Okay.
Okay,
who was involved?
I'll put it to you. You guys will know. You guys will know by the description I give. Okay. Nobody else will know.
Okay.
I don't know why we were at some sort of I was in some sort of Airbnb type situation with a group of people. I think some friends were involved. I don't know if you guys were in the. But 2 people, neither of which I can say on these airwaves. One of them brought a big bag of cocaine. And I just remember pretty much the entire dream was like trying to hide this bag of cocaine for that person.
Interesting.
And were you successful?
That's all I remember.
Is that a recurring dream that you're trying to hide drugs from people?
You just have a bunch of dreams, Nick, where he's hiding cocaine for individuals.
No.
Someone said they've been having recurring dreams like violent stuff, being stabbed or shot.
What? That's not good.
That is bleak. None of mine are violent. They are high stress sometimes, but they're very rarely violent.
The teeth falling out thing is interesting.
That's really common. It's really common in moments of stress. Maybe I'm just a higher stressed individual.
Huh. You know what? You live in Missouri. Maybe you just need to chill out a little bit right before bed, so you're just not stressed out, Cody.
You think I should take some melatonin? Is that what you're suggesting?
Not melatonin.
Oh, okay.
But sure. Just relax a little bit.
I invited, by the way, I'd like it to be known.
Why are you stressed when you're going to bed? Just relax.
I invited both of you to my house tonight for poker, and neither of you are going to make it. This is now the 4th time I've invited you, Alex, and 4th time I invited you, Nick. But Nick has come to my house one time.
I've been to your house before.
Well, I know.
I also went to your chili.
I
went to your chili thing too.
He did. You did go to the chili thing. Why don't you accept my invites more often?
It's nothing.
I'm a generous, kind person who invites you to my home,
and I really do appreciate that, Cody. That's very nice of you. I will not be there this evening.
Are you busy? Do you have something going on?
Not particularly.
Do you have other plans? You're just talking about how bored you were on Tuesday. Don't you want something to do on a Friday night?
Oh, I'm not bored now.
Oh, that's already over now.
I'm back in work. We're back in a groove. We're back to focusing in on things. We're locked in. I know what we're doing.
Nick, should I expect your appearance tonight?
I wouldn't expect it.
Are you busy? Do you have plans?
No, in fact, quite the opposite. I want to do nothing.
Okay.
Someone says they are Nick streaming about Sean McVay. That's what Nick streams usually
Most
are.
people do.
Well, based on the description Nick gave for that dream, maybe so.
Might be.
Wow,
Do you consider him
some of these are kind of dark here.
Yeah, this got dark in a
I will
hurry.
read one that's funnier. Someone said they have this recurring nightmare that they're a Royals diehard fan. Never ends well.
I mean, it ended well one time, that 2015
2015 was a good year to dream.
And 2014 ended pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Someone says, where was Nick trying to internally hide this massive bag of cocaine? People are curious about your dream.
I want some more details.
Where were you trying to hide it?
I don't know, because it was like one of those things where people keep walking in, so I gotta put it over here now, and then now somebody's going in there. It was like that's how a lot of my dreams are. They're not all with cocaine, but it's like it's this constant moving target of trying to do this thing, and that you're trying to hide from other people, and you gotta move from room to room, and it's weird.
Someone says they've had a dream since they were a child. Their neighbor's birthday, and she's over at their house, and they get kidnapped, and they have to save them every time. Every time you have to save someone from being kidnapped? All I realize is that the recurring ones are
weird,
terrifying.
Well, that's kind of, they're called nightmares, are they not?
Okay, I guess I could have said
they're called nightmares, are they not? So I think it fits
fair.
what you were looking for.
Okay, well, that's my random question of the day today. Thanks, Vinny.
Well, I hope you don't have the same nightmare about your teeth falling out. That sounds terrible.
I'll try to remedy that medically tonight.
Yeah, I think you
should.
should.
Before I play poker with.
Whereas Nick always brings up.
With the friends of mine who will be coming to the game, For the ones who have chosen to make this trip with me. My friend who works at Gann Asphalt and Concrete, he'll be there. Many other friends. So many friends.
So it sounds like you got plenty of friends. Nick and I don't need to show up. That's perfect. I think that fits as well.
You're saying I don't need you anymore? Is that what you're claiming now?
What's that?
I don't need you anymore to be there?
Yes.
It is nice to have a nice full table of players.
I think you'll be all right.
Okay. We have 8 at the moment. You could have been 9.
Someone says the teeth falling out dream that Cody has is common if you're grinding your teeth at night. Do you grinding your teeth?
Oh, you know what? I've never been told that. I guess maybe I should get that.
Your dentist should be able to tell you that very quickly.
You know what? They've never told me that. And then,
then you probably don't.
My son does. So he definitely grinds his. Ugh. Awful. Awful. It's just like, I know, man. It makes your skin crawl, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tough living.
We are expected maybe in the next couple of minutes, if not at 1 o'clock hour, to have Royals pitcher Jordan Lyles join us. So we were talking about, of course, Brad Keller a little bit earlier mentioned that there's a chance we would have Jordan Lyles. The Royals are going to play here in about 2 hours or so. So if so, we will head out to surprise Arizona and we'll talk.
Guessing Jordan's not pitching today?
I'm assuming not. That's why he might be available. I don't know what they obviously know what their plan
Rules
is.
are looser.
It's also a little bit different. And a lot of those guys don't even stick around for the whole game, right? Like it's a little bit different.
Oh no,
they
can just take off.
Like once Daniel Lynch is done pitching today, if he wants to bounce, he can bounce. Maybe he'll throw on the side or something.
He can't. Now it varies. You can, but they don't always. Like Nicky Lopez always had the option to leave, but Nicky Lopez used to stay through every single spring. I never saw him leave one. There was like a rain delay in the middle of it. He was standing there at the edge of the dugout. Never watched him ever leave a game under any circumstance. But yes, in spring training generally, some of those guys don't have to stay for the entire game. They're trying to take it easy on them before they go play 162 games.
You guys know we were out in Phoenix, obviously, for the Super Bowl, and Vern's out in Arizona right now for spring training. And I tried to warn Cody not to bring this particular topic up because I don't think you should get suckered into this again. I don't know why you want to do this to yourself.
I want to make it happen.
You want to talk about nightmares. I don't know why you want to do this to yourself and why anybody in Kansas City would want to do this to themselves. And it has to do with a certain franchise that has a crappy arena that maybe could use an arena that we may or may not have right here in Kansas City.
Already have the Super Bowl champion Chiefs, team that I grew up loving and have enjoyed many times in my life, in the Kansas City Royals, who you'll hear coming up in 1 hour here on 610 Sports Radio. Why can't we just steal the Coyotes? Do they have anything going on there? As somebody who covers the league correctly pointed out, the Coyotes currently do not have an NHL caliber arena. They're playing at a college.
Yeah, we couldn't even get tickets. We honestly looked for tickets because there's only they're playing in an arena that holds like 4,000 people right now.
Yeah, it's like it's going to a rec center. They have a bad roster. They're in bad cap positioning. It's all terrible. This team is awful. Just go steal them. Like, I don't understand how look, here's the thing. I don't know if the NHL is allowing them to stay there. They have no fan base. no good ownership, no arena, and they're terrible at running their team. What's left? Why can't we just take the Coyotes? Why can't we just demand the NHL hand them over? They're in second to last place.
You need that owner to
in
be
the Central.
to need that owner to say, I'm going to move the team and I'm going to pick Kansas City out of all the other possible cities. Like that's the good news in the NHL. At least is Seattle now already has a team. That just happened with the kid a year or so ago.
Vegas has a team. You're kind of next up.
Yeah, I mean, and for hockey, it's a much better spot than when we talk about NBA, where
NBA
Vegas
might still be,
and Seattle,
yeah.
Right, those are the two. So you're ahead of them. For the NHL, it seems like an easier. I just refuse to get myself back into these type of conversations because we've all been toyed with time and time again when it comes to full-time tenants at T-Mobile Center, and we know that T-Mobile Center continues to be one of the busiest concert venues, because it's been successful for concerts.
You know that it would still be in the top half of newest hockey arenas.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Just based off of
it would still be one of the newest.
Although they have to, right? They have to do some renovations at T-Mobile if they were ever to get a team. Like if they knew that, Cody, they would. Even though we think of it as this new arena, it was built in 08, 07. So they would have to make some upgrades if that happened. The biggest question I always have with it is not only do you some cases you need an owner in Kansas City, but a lot of times do they have an owner, in this case of the Arizona hockey team, that is willing to pick Kansas City and move it? And are they just playing Kansas City? We all know
that happened in Pittsburgh. Yeah, they played them pretty good.
And that organization, what the Lemieux brothers, right? Isn't that what it was? And they totally played KC.
But I don't think Phoenix is trying to play anybody. They're a loser franchise who needs to get out of their dumb city.
Spoiler, usually winning championship caliber franchises don't leave. So you're always going to get the crappy team or an expansion team.
Yeah, and in the hockey case, they're not in the NBA is probably going to look to expand. It's logical. It makes sense. There's so much money in it. That's why Major League Baseball and the NFL will eventually do it as well. I think the NHL is a little further behind. Major League Baseball does not feel that far behind at all. They feel like they'll be expanding here soon enough. But when you look at it, it's like, why? Like, this is maybe the best opportunity of all time to go swipe a team. There is absolutely no reason at all that you shouldn't be able to convince their ownership to get the hell out or move the damn team. Would you want to own a team that was playing in a 4,000-seat arena? Now, look, they weren't good at paying their bills. That's part of the reason
I was gonna say, you want
that they had to move arenas.
You want them coming here and
they can't pay their bills. We'll make them sell. I don't know.
That's the problem, too. The quality of the team itself is what it is. You're not going to get a team that moves from a hockey city to your city that is just this championship level team that doesn't have. That's why the Penguin one was so intriguing, because I think a year or two after they flirted with Kansas City, the Penguins won the Stanley Cup with Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
So it's like that was even more like salt on the wound.
Because they ended up getting one of the best hockey players of all time
Sidney
and then won a cup.
Yeah,
it's disappointing.
And the Penguins consistently are a pretty damn good organization.
I know, but we should have known that they were
Arizona team. I mean, I think it'd be great. I mean, there's a lot of people, of course, that I know enjoy going out to Mavericks games, and to have an NHL team would be incredible. It would also be great for on the youth level. We know that one of the big issues is finding ice, right, and having ice time in the city. It's gotten better than what it used to be.
Yeah, that was a big Lamar Hunt Jr. thing, I believe. He was making a big push
I think the Mavericks and others have been. There's also a facility that's being built out south. I know we joke about you think I live so far south, but even further south than me, Cody, there's like a venue, a community, like arena that's being built that will have ice. Not talking about for an NHL team. I'm talking about from a community perspective for kids. All right, we're going to get a quick break, and when we come back, we're expected to have Royals pitcher Jordan Lyles join us from Surprise, Arizona.
You're listening to Cody and Gold.
He's so good, and everyone knows it.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com.
BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, unleashes the spirit of Las Vegas. BetMGM rewards. Every time you make a wager at BetMGM, you earn BetMGM rewards points that you can redeem for online bonus credits like bonus bets and bet insurance tokens. Planning a trip to Vegas? You can also convert your BetMGM points into MGM rewards points that you can use towards dining, shows, hotel rooms, and over 20 MGM resorts properties located on the Las Vegas Strip and nationwide. BetMGM Rewards is sports betting's premier loyalty program, featuring exclusive offers, incredible experiences, and valuable perks when you wager on the BetMGM app. Sign up with BetMGM or log on today with an even bigger piece of the action with BetMGM Rewards. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older. Wager, Kansas only. New and existing customers offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets. Bonus bets expire 7 days from issuance. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items. Like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs. Medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich. Spicy chicken with a Dave Single. Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. Strawberry lemonade. If you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs. Crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade. Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew. Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer, Michelle.
As an entrepreneur, every day is different. My phone bill from Cricket, on the other hand, always stays the same. Without surprises, hidden fees, or annual contracts, I can work worry-free.
That's Michelle, everybody, doing business like a boss. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer, paid for testimonial. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
You're listening to 610 Sports Radio from the Max Motors Studios.
Don't miss Vern's Hot Stove every Thursday night live from spring training starting at 6 o'clock on your home for Royals baseball, 610 Sports Radio. KCSP Kansas City, WDAF HD2 Liberty in Odyssey Station.
All right, into the 1 o'clock hour here on Cody and Gold. Hope your Friday's going well. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Nick Schwartz with you. It is a Snitch Line Friday, so we'll get to that in about 15 minutes or so. 913-586-7610, something you want to get off your chest. I already saw some people texting those in. We're asking today to be themed around employment because we are looking for summer interns. And while you may not want to tell us in the interview process with your name attached to it, maybe anonymously, you're willing to do that. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. But I want to head out to Surprise, Arizona. The Royals are 1 hour away from kicking off spring training, at least the first Cactus League game of the year against the Rangers. Daniel Lynch will be on the mound, and you can hear the game right here on 610 Sports Radio. But we welcome in one of the offseason acquisitions for the Kansas City Royals, Royals pitcher Jordan Lyles with us here on 610. Jordan, what's going on, man? I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate y'all having me on today.
The one thing I noticed, man, I looked you up a little bit just real quick, too, and we both, my co-host and I, were like, man, you're really smart, I think, for not being obsessed with Twitter like Cody and I. You don't really tweet.
No, man. It's been a handful of years or more. I still jump on there. I just hang out in the weeds, sort of. I don't think my opinion matters or is important enough to send it out there for everyone to see.
So you like watching, but you're not interested in sending your own tweets?
No, yeah, you said it exactly.
I think that's smart, though, right? I think that's the smart way to approach it. Is there anybody on the team that you've been around here for the last week or so where you're like that person is all in on social media? Maybe is the TikTok guy of the team.
No, I haven't seen any dances or anything. People performing in the bathroom mirror. Honestly, I get back home and I'll put on Twitter or Instagram, and I follow the Royals account, and they got some stuff that they do on their end, but I haven't seen much of it. Maybe they're just scared to come up to me.
Just for the people who have started following you because you came a Kansas City Royal, can we request that you send out one tweet today? That way we can get you back in the game. It's been 8 years. Let's get you back in the mix.
I would have to Google how to tweet something out right now.
I mean, just click on that thing on the corner. Just say something about excited about baseball's back. It doesn't even have to be complicated.
No, guys, I'm going to have to pass on that one.
I will say, though, the one thing we did notice, though, you're clearly into golf as well. It looks like, I don't know what course that is, but a beautiful course that in the backdrop of your Twitter profile. How's the golf game? How do you stack up? Do you already know? How do you stack up with the rest of your teammates?
Yeah, I've been out with a handful of guys. The golf game, it's all over the place. Some days I'll throw an 80 out there, and then I think the last time I went out, I threw a 88 or something. But I enjoy it. I do it often. I love to do it during the season, during off days, especially on the road during the season. We get to visit some cool cities and some cool golf clubs. When I got into pro ball 10, 15 years ago, I don't know if it's a starting pitcher thing or what. We just all got our clubs, brought them with us during the season, and it's taken off since then.
Speaking of Royals pitcher here, Jordan Lyles here on Cody and Gold. When you came to the Royals, right? You've been a bit of a journeyman. You've played with a number of different organizations. When you were having those conversations, what made Kansas City appealing? Was it the option to start? Like, what were the couple of things that kind of factored in?
I think the up front was the early interest from JJ and the organization. Right time, free agency opened up. They let it be known that they were going to be in the running and they were interested in getting something done. And then secondly, I've always enjoyed visiting Kansas City on the road. Pitching at that ballpark is an interest of mine, of interest, obviously. And,
yeah.
Those are a couple of things at the top of the list that happened this offseason.
We hear about hitters complain about it all the time, but imagine from a free agent pitcher perspective, you're like, well, no better place to land than Kansas City, right?
Yeah, if it's not the top one, it's up there for where guys want to go to pitch for sure.
Away from the ballpark, and I guess I'll put you on the spot a little bit. You mentioned you like coming to Kansas City as well. Do you have I don't know whether it was a restaurant or just a place, maybe a golf course even. Did you have a chance to check out Kansas City on the road? I know you haven't been in KC as a member of the Royals much yet.
No, a few barbecue spots. I can't even name them right now. I'll have their names down by April or May.
There you go.
But just walking around wherever the visiting team stays and just walking to different shops and stuff, but nothing in particular.
Jordan, we've asked a few of the guys just about the managerial switch from last year to this year. You obviously weren't a part of the team last year, but you've had several different managers over the years. How does Quatraro, or Q, I think as most of the players are calling him now, how does that stand up to, I guess, every other manager you've been with? What's the style like?
Yeah, him and I, we've had plenty of conversations, but not too in depth. Those things will grow as spring training moves on and as the season starts up and throughout the season. But what I can take from what I've seen of him is how he runs his spring training so far, and it's been laid back. It's been easy on the pitchers. A lot of teams like to have the guys out on the field for hour plus, and that's just not his MO. And he wants guys to get their work in and get off the field, get off your feet. Spring training can be long. You're in spikes for a big part of it, and there hasn't been much of that. There's not any standing around, and I've enjoyed it. I love going out there to get my work in, then come in to the training room or weight room and do my own thing, and so I've enjoyed it.
There's been a lot of conversation in Kansas City about pitching metrics or development and the way that they approach it versus other organizations. How do you think that stacks up? Just in the very early going from how much analytics or that type of information they're throwing at you does it compare to the with before?
Yeah, I would say comparable, but every team's different. Every team has their own analytics and the way that they want to see numbers on paper. But it stacks up with a couple other teams I've been with, and then some other teams. I mean, when I first came in in the early 2010s, I didn't know what the word analytic meant. So every organization's diving pretty deep into it these days. But every team likes to go about it just a little bit differently.
We're talking to Jordan Lyles, Royals pitcher here on 610 Sports Radio. You've been a veteran in this now for quite some time. But this is a young roster. It's still a young pitching staff. There's a lot of young players, young guys that everybody's hoping can be part of this core. What have you seen out of these young players already, being around so many different organizations?
I haven't been around the position players as much so far. They just obviously just got officially started last few days or so. But from the pitcher side, just with the guys throwing bullpens next to me and how young and talented their arms are, and everyone's throwing hard, everyone's throwing nasty things out there. I just have enjoyed them alongside how great their stuff is. They're filling up the strike zone, which is what I like to see and what I like to do myself.
Which young guys impressed you the most in the pitching department?
You put me on the spot. I'm ready to see Daniel Lynch get out there today. That'll be fun. I love those big left-handers. They're a little bit funky. Throws pretty hard. A little jealous that I'm not left-handed, so I'm gonna start off by saying Daniel.
All right, lastly, I don't know if you were part of the video. You mentioned the Royals social media team has put out some stuff. The other day they were asked about like the food they would just want to get rid of forever if they could. I don't know if you were part of the video, but what's the answer for you, the food that you just want to get rid of forever if you could?
Yeah, I saw that later on. I wasn't part of it. But for me, I got to go with salads. I got to take those away. I'm not a big lettuce guy. Just meat and cheese for me.
Man, the whole team doesn't eat vegetables, realizing now, Jordan.
Yeah.
Is that an available option in the team class?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't looked at them.
Doesn't worry about it. Jordan, really appreciate the time, man. And everybody, of course, excited to see you pitch for the first time here in a couple of days, and then, of course, back in KC.
Sounds good, guys. Thank y'all.
There you go. That's Jordan Lyles, one of the new members of the Royals this offseason, veteran pitcher. And we'll get an opportunity, I don't know, maybe this weekend or something, Cody, to see him pitch for the first time in spring training. And then, of course, back in Kansas City. And as he said, Kansas City, one of those places that you notice from afar that you'd love to pitch at, old Kauffman Stadium. Not a bad venue if you're a pitcher.
No, it sure seems like, I think if I were a starting pitcher, it would be at the top of my list.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see now. Sorry, I was like, somebody sent out who's pitching for the next 3 days. I thought maybe I'd see Jordan Lyles' name.
Okay.
And it doesn't appear like he'll be involved in the first 3 days. But there's also probably a few guys in that mix that are pitching in the World Baseball Classic. Got to get them some work early. I don't think Jordan Lyles is a part of that.
Singer's obviously on Team USA. So we know he's going to get some work here pretty soon.
Well, they're going to be pitching a little bit more regularly during those things. Like, this is the thing where I think if you asked a general manager, if you asked other people, it'd be like, much harder to control.
Yes.
Kind of how you want to bring them along. Where they're at now is a little bit further ahead than they were before. Like, it's one of those things that adds an extra layer of challenge. But it's not just you. It's not just your organization or your team. You're all kind of in it together, so it's not like you're alone. But, yeah, I'm sure it'll make an extra challenge for how they handle Brady Singer.
Yeah, I just thinking of the Royals, former manager Mike Matheny. Eric Musselman, who's the head basketball coach at Arkansas, just tweeted out a photo of his basketball team. And Mike Matheny was there. He said, incredible opportunity for our guys to hear leadership, motivational lessons from former MLB player manager Mike Matheny. It's just funny. We were just talking Royals. Did not expect the connection there. Maybe
so he's just like hanging out at the University of Arkansas?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, he's wearing some Arkansas gear. Maybe there's a connection there that I should know about, but I didn't. Eric Musselman in Arkansas.
Is he with anybody right now?
Hey, I like Eric. We've talked about Eric Musselman's awesome.
Yeah, must bus.
They're not having their best year, though, there at Arkansas. I will say that.
Riding the must bus.
Why do you keep saying it?
Yeah, he wants. It's
you guys didn't acknowledge it the first 2 times I said it.
That should have probably been an indication to you to let it go.
No, you guys just don't get it. You guys don't appreciate a good reference when I make one. I'm over here busting my ass making must bus jokes.
Drop it. It's like the Nick Saban thing. Well, stop asking because it's not like I don't care. I don't care about these must bus.
It's not going to happen. So quit asking.
That's right. That's it right there.
That was an okay Saban. You have better impressions.
What's your favorite impression that I do? And don't hold back. Because there are ones I know you don't want to say.
What is my favorite impression of yours? It's not me. I don't like the one you do of me.
That's one of my favorites.
That's one of your favorites?
Yeah.
Oh, that's shocking. I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a minute.
I have definitively better impressions than Cody.
Whoa.
Definitively. To me, my favorite impression.
I already said stop.
You thought he was doing you there for a second?
It's enough.
Go ahead, Nick.
You guys want to do the snitch line?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
Like right now? Okay, sorry.
This is why we need an intern.
You've called the snitch line.
If I have to tell you again, we're going to take it outside and I'm going to show you what it's like.
913-662-1270.
Leave him alone!
Please leave your message for Thursdays at 1:15 on Cody and Gold.
And if you think I'm kidding, just try me. Try me. So we're good?
913-586-7610. Yes, we want to do the snitch line right now.
I didn't know that was like my cue.
You asked, and we said yes.
And then we looked at you waiting for it to happen.
Right. Yeah. Chemistry is a big part of the internship.
Start things off here for the snitch line Friday. This individual says, used to work at a place where the fart fan in the bathroom did not work. Due to a large lunch, I frequently had to evacuate at work. When I'd see people head to the restroom afterwards, I'd tell them to watch out. A coworker I had named Jerry was in there for a while. Happened multiple times. So you made everybody think Jerry was the one.
Like a candle or some spray or something.
We don't have a candle or spray in our bathrooms here.
Have smaller. We have the. Have smaller lunches.
Wait, that's your solution? Just tell Nick to have smaller lunches?
Well, he said because of frequently large lunches.
Dude, the size of your meal does not lead to more frequent bowel movements.
That's what this person was claiming.
I think you need to learn a little bit about how the digestive system works, sir.
No, I know how yours works. It gets upset from the things you put in it.
It's more about what you're eating. I'll tell you this. I have a self-snitch.
Okay.
Wow.
And
it's big of you.
It's only a snitch. It's not because I did anything wrong, but it's only a snitch because of the audience that we're talking to. I know people will be upset with me. You guys might be upset with me a little bit. I don't know how I came to this conclusion the other day. We were just talking about getting lunch somewhere. Somebody was talking about getting lunch somewhere, a friend of mine. And I told them I'd never been to this place. And they said, hey, you've never been to this place. And the place was Jack Stack. I've never been to Jack Stack.
Excuse me?
And
you call yourself Mr. Kansas City.
I'm not the end of this.
It's about to get worse.
I'm not the end of this. I'm not the end of this. And then they did the same thing that Alex was getting ready to do to me. And
I
then
think
they
I know
started.
how it gets worse.
Yeah, they started rattling some places off, and I realized that I have only been to 4 Kansas City barbecue places.
That's it.
By the way, everybody has their different ranking of what they prefer, but I think we can all. How is Jack Stack never been one you went to?
So I'll tell you the ones I've been to.
Okay.
Well, now Jack Stack.
Well, I've been to Joe's KC the most.
Of course, that makes sense.
I've been to Gates a bunch. I've been to Q39 a few times, and I've been to Arthur Bryant's once.
Did you go to Jack Stack when you guys were discussing it?
I just no. I didn't. We didn't go there.
Oh, you still haven't?
No, and then there's one place that's by. What is that? It's by the KC Beer Co. Is there a barbecue spot like right across the street or something?
Yeah, but that's more kind of like a standalone place. It's not.
Oh, okay. Well, then that one.
Well, I mean, there's there's so many. You've never been to Rosedale. You've never been to Wyandotte Barbecue. Slaps.
Oh man, there's just so many good choices.
No.
Harps.
No.
Oh, Harps. Yeah, that one. We were supposed to go there as a show.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can keep rattling them off. I mean, the answer is
Chef
going to be the
Jay's
same.
Barbecue, which is a new one that people have been in my
there.
mentions about.
All the ones we've mentioned so far, I've been to.
Wow.
Not even Char Bar? You've been down in Westport a couple of times?
I don't know how else to say it. I've been to 4 places. So you can keep listing them off.
I know.
I'm not missing one.
Maybe you just forgot you went to LC's or BB's Lawnside or something. Maybe you just forgot.
I'm just really surprised. That's all.
And it's not.
And disappointed.
And by the way, this is not like an anti-barbecue thing. I love barbecue.
Yeah,
I love like Joe's
places.
is. Q30, I love going to Q30. There's a Q39 by my place. I love their burn ends. It's one of my favorite things to eat in the world. I love the Z-Man from Joe's KC. This is not an anti-barbecue take or anything like that. It's simply that I've only been to 4 of them.
All right. Well, we got to fix this at some point this summer.
Next summer barbecue tour.
I think we need a barbecue
But it was like
tour.
an epiphany for me. I was like, damn, really haven't been to very many of them.
You're like, I like Kansas City barbecue. And like, you can't just go to Joe's 90 times.
This also isn't one of those like jerk takes where it's just like, yeah, I'm living like no, like
you should probably go to more. And you know that.
I would love to go to more. I see. By the way, that Chef Jay's one, they followed me on Twitter, so I followed them back. They post pictures all the time. Holy cow!
Looks great.
You never get the shit. Yeah, I know we're giving free love here, but. Yeah, the photos are incredible. I've never been there either, but
it looks so good.
It does look
I'm telling
absolutely
you
amazing.
Of all the ones you said you've gone to, the one I would go to next is Harp.
Okay,
that would be next on your to-do.
You guys
list.
know, I know we talk. I actually think if you just want more hole-in-the-wall barbecue, I think Rosedale for just a quick hole-in-the-wall barbecue place. I really like
you know
Rosedale.
what? Last year when the Drive did their barbecue taste test,
you had some.
So I did have some of those. I did have some scraps from the stuff they did with Mitch Schwartz.
I'm surprised you lived in Topeka, or you're from. I'm surprised you never had Hog Wild or whatever while you were in Topeka. Or Lonnie Q's. I've talked about Lonnie Q's in Topeka.
You have many times.
Lonnie Q's. Oh man. Oh goodness. That place. Only open for lunch though.
Well, that's kind of tough with Nick's.
Well, it's hard for us to get to Topeka during lunch, isn't it?
You just call in sick.
Sure is.
Some guy on the text line said he was snitching again, said he bought concert tickets and he's already planning on calling in sick next Friday.
Let's just take the show on the road throughout Kansas, you know? Let's just stop. Let's go to Topeka. Let's go to Lawrence.
Cody and Gold Road show, man.
Let's just go to Salina. We'll just go all around Kansas.
And we're recruiting we're recruiting interns. Everywhere we go.
That'll drive us everywhere.
I'm sure the bosses will approve this just so fast.
Yes.
Someone from the text line says, the finish line, 913-586-7610.
Kick Nick off the show, it says.
That's strong.
No, that feels too strong. Haven't bought double or AAA batteries in 4 years. Workplace supplies batteries for tools and equipment. I'll be honest, I needed batteries for our wireless remote for our camera setup the other day.
Thanks for giving it. Yeah.
Grabbed 2 from the wireless remote out of the storage area and put 6 more in my bag just for other reasons I might need batteries.
Yes, stole batteries?
4 batteries. Batteries are expensive.
They are.
I think the company could supply me 4 batteries. Maybe they'll go for work reasons. I don't know. I just put them in my bag just in case I need batteries.
Okay. All right.
Should I feel that bad? No, batteries are one of those things we're allowed to steal from workplaces, right?
Well,
it's like staples or envelopes. I stole some of those the other week, too.
Wow.
There's not a definitive list of things you are and are not allowed to steal from
office
work.
supplies, that's on the list.
I think, generally speaking,
stealing nothing.
Yeah, you're supposed to steal nothing.
I took 3 padded envelopes the other day. I took 4 batteries.
What are you taking?
Sometimes I took staples a couple months ago.
Yeah, sometimes this world that you live in, where you just make up these fake rules, like, oh, those are some of the things you get to steal.
We all agreed.
You want to go run that by HR?
You don't think that they would tell me I could take an envelope?
The text line says we should just conduct the intern interviews at different barbecue places. Just have the interviews at the barbecue place.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
I mean, I like that idea. Certainly like that notion. So you guys are not stealing.
No.
Supplies.
Staples? For what? Nick,
Who the hell steals?
Nick, do you have a stapler at your apartment? I do not.
I don't even remember the last time I stapled something.
Same. Why?
I just might need them.
Okay. All right.
You might. Did you just hear that, by the way? We almost let that slide. You asked why, and his response was not like, oh, I'm using them for this thing that I'm doing. His response was, I might need them.
Well,
I'm not even stealing them. That is a kleptomaniac. You are now just stealing because you think you can get away with it. You don't even need the thing.
Chiefsaholic over here.
Yeah,
I
seriously.
don't need the money. I don't need the money, but I might in the future.
That was a good approach by him, probably.
Actually, it turns out, did you guys read the piece on him in ESPN?
Yeah.
It sounded like he kind of maybe did need the money.
Yeah. Now, he did get...
It doesn't make sense. He was making $100,000 bets. The FBI's like, we don't think he robbed any more banks. I'm like, where is this money coming from? How was he making thousands of dollars worth of...
Hustler, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Hustle
why people have speculated all kinds of stuff. You know, was he part of some other group? All kinds of stuff. But it's all allegations, you know? And now he's still in Oklahoma. He wanted to take a family trip to Arizona.
I hate allegations.
The worst, right? What's the allegation you hate the most that people have made about you, Nick?
Drug use.
Well, I said allegations. I said allegations.
Not one of the things they talk about you the most.
I don't know. Never had anything too damning.
That's good, Nick.
I don't like being called a kleptomaniac, so... By the way, the text line is just full of barbecue
you got called a kleptomaniac because you self-described yourself as someone who is stealing for things that you don't even know if you need.
Well, I know I'll need those batteries. I just don't know when I'll need them yet. Okay? That's
Randomly,
different.
when your Fire Stick remote runs out, you're going to have the batteries. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
I mean, they could go for work things. Maybe the batteries in the wireless remote go out.
Yeah,
you don't know.
He said he needed them for a wireless computer mouse.
That's what I needed, the 2 batteries.
Yeah,
I thought,
so
I don't want
take
to
the
come down there again, so I took 6. Put 4 in the bag for later.
Dude, I'm turning you in.
Turning me in?
This is how I finally get your job, man.
You're going to turn me? They're going to fire me for batteries? God,
Why did you get fired from your radio job 5 years ago?
I hope you're enjoying
still have
that
batteries.
seat. I hope you're enjoying that chair, Cody, because by Monday it's mine. It'll be my ass parked in that chair, screaming into that mic.
Are you're just going to scream into it because that's what this seat requires?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess we've all self-snitched.
I am definitively a better host than Cody. Definitively.
I don't like this.
To me, I think I'm definitively the best host. Hey, maybe you could. Hey, you know what though? Maybe you could come on as like a new,
Our intern.
Nick and Gold intern. Yeah, that would be great.
That's a great point.
I think it'd be a great.
I'd love
spot
to do
for
my
you.
impression of you, but it's the access to the bathroom stall to do drugs is not currently available.
Whoa!
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I will
everybody.
say, and Nick definitely did leave in the middle of the Jordan Lyles interview. Nick definitely left.
Yeah, where'd you
I don't know
go?
where you were. You were gone for 4 minutes. He came back and he had a little something on his nose, and that was it. Yeah.
I was not gone for 4 minutes. I was gone for 20 seconds to go talk to Speck because he's about to leave.
But you're not in charge, so why do you need to talk to him? Talk to Rob.
Because
talk
it's
to your
the
boss.
Because
Rob
it's
Brinton.
the last time I get to talk to Speck before he's gone for the next week. So I had to ask him something to make
Yeah,
sure.
I need to talk to him too. I'll be back, guys, too. See ya.
You could talk to him at 2 or in 2 minutes.
No, he's going to be gone. He literally had just come in here.
Doesn't matter.
And
He already
said,
told you. If you have any problems, you can talk to Rob Brinton.
Do you want to know what I was talking about? I was talking to him to make sure that your ass got paid for expenses that you used in Phoenix. Just making sure those expense reports got cleared. You happy now? You happy we brought dirty laundry on the air?
Good job, Nick.
You're welcome.
Thanks, man. Good looking out.
Oh, now you thank me. Now we're buddy, huh?
I'm not the one who called you out for leaving. That was Alex. Don't put this on me. I just went along. It was peer pressure.
He didn't pressure you. He didn't say anything to you.
Just wanted to be one of the cool
real
kids.
quick, because technically it's still the snitch line, believe it or not. Someone says, snitching on themselves, they used to manage a seasonal Halloween store. Wait, actually, I don't know if we want to do that one there.
Yeah, I'd probably stop there.
Let's just say that he managed the seasonal Halloween store. He let someone use one of the outfits in the back room of their store, but they damaged the whole outfit. So they got it for free.
Cool.
Yeah, that's gross. I know, Nick. That's why I stopped reading it.
Yucky.
It's definitely a Friday show, as the
Just
text
be
line
careful.
said.
Just be careful when you go to other people's houses or places of business, and just understand that everybody doesn't follow the same rules you'd like them to.
That's...
Hey, you want to know what just happened, by the way?
Oh.
Last one.
Wow.
What?
Engineering
What?
just came into the studio and dropped off one Rayovac AA battery, set it on the desk, and said, "That's the last one, Cody."
You stole that from engineering.
I didn't steal it from engineering. I stole it from downstairs.
And I'll tell you this right now.
Downstairs
From my vantage point, it was a borderline slam. He borderline slammed the battery down as if to say, "Here you go, bucko. You need a battery so bad, here it is."
Oh, man.
Look what you're doing to this building. Yeah, this is
the second time engineering's been mad at
This
me.
is the clearest example that your actions actually do impact other people, Cody. I know that's a crazy thought, that the world doesn't just revolve around you.
It's just a couple of batteries.
That is the snitch line.
What you think?
You're on Cody and Gold. Up next, we'll get to what's trending, and there's clearly one way the Royals players continue to talk about this year's spring training. We'll get back into that next.
You're listening to Cody and Gold, brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. For asphalt, concrete, and parking lot maintenance, Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Trusted in Kansas City since 1994. Online at GANNasphalt.com. Subscribe and download all new episodes of Nick's Wavin' in the Wheat podcast, released every Thursday on the 435 Podcast Network and the Odyssey app.
You can get that free consultation by going to GANNasphalt.com and see some of those projects for yourself. They're a big supporter of the show, and we're a big supporter of them. They're going to work on the Odyssey parking lot this summer, to be honest. A parking lot that's not in great shape. You want it to be a reflection of your business, something that you realize if you're a business owner, something you understand as you go through time. And then sometimes, maybe it slid to the back project. Maybe you thought, we'll take care of it in a little bit. Don't wait any longer. Go to GANNasphalt.com and see some of the projects and how they can work for you. Whether it be paving or commercial paving services, concrete services, asphalt services, no matter what it is, they can take care of those maintenance solutions for you to make sure that your project is taken care right and the right way. They've been in business in Kansas City since 1994, and they're locally owned and operated, so you know you're dealing with people right here in Kansas City. If you're also looking for a great place to work, they're hiring all positions as well. Project manager, dump truck drivers, operators, and crew members. Starting pay up to $30 an hour based on experience with paid time off, insurance, and other benefits. Go to GANNasphalt.com for either those projects or employment needs, and make sure you work with a great local company. Again, that's GANNasphalt.com for more.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things, but you can't always be at the top of your game, and it's normal to feel overwhelmed or like you aren't showing up in the ways that you want to sometimes. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the person you want to be, because when you feel empowered, you can take on whatever life throws at you. If you're thinking of starting therapy, BetterHelp is a great option. It's convenient, affordable, and entirely online. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your unique needs and preferences. Then you can start communicating with your therapist in whatever format works for you, via video, phone, or live chat sessions. If your first match isn't the perfect fit, switch therapists anytime at no additional charge. Life is unpredictable, and it's impossible to know what's around the corner. Consistency has to come from within. Find your empowerment thing that comes. BetterHelp.com/YouFirst today to get 10% off your first order. That's BetterHelp.com/YouFirst.
Hey, it's Kling. I'm obsessed with racking up fuel savers at Hy-Vee, so I got a great idea for you. Shop Hy-Vee on Monday, swipe your fuel saver card, and earn a fuel saver discount equal to the high temperature on Sunday and the amount you spend. Watch KCTV5 Sunday night at 10 for the official high temperature. Say it's 56 degrees on Sunday, I'll save 56 cents per gallon when I spend $56 on Monday. It's the heat up savings every Monday through March 27th, only at Hy-Vee.
Valid in-store only. Must use lookup code 80007. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Don't let the big one get away. Pull up anchor and set sail to Hy-Vee for the boatload of fish and seafood sale. Stock the galley with salmon fillets for $3.99 each. Cooked shrimp just $4.99 a bag. Or tilapia fillets, 2-pound pack for $7.99. Plus, get a 50-cent $50 seafood department purchase. Hurry to the boatload of fish and seafood sale this Wednesday through Sunday, only at your Kansas and Missouri area Hy-Vee.
Celebrate 20 years of the MIAA Basketball Championships at Municipal Auditorium, March 1st through the 5th. Watch top-ranked NCAA Division II men and women's basketball teams compete for conference titles. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. MIAA Madness. Don't miss it.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. Try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. When you see the green check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that Auto Trader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. We're friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with Auto Trader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on Auto Trader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
Whether your dog is in their puppy, adult, or senior years, there's nothing better than more years together. And the best way to feed their happy, healthy life is with fresh, healthy food. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to keep your best friend healthy inside and out with fresh recipes made from real meat and veggies. They're pre-portioned just for your pup and delivered right to your door. Help your dog live a healthy life and get 50% off your first box of real fresh food at thefarmersdog.com/healthieryears23.
Well, you know what they say, less is more. Unless they're talking about Lucas Wine and Spirit Superstore. At Lucas, more is less. With the largest selection for 500 miles, Lucas sells as much beer, wine, and spirits in a week as some stores sell in a year. That's how Lucas can sell it all for less. Much less. Come choose from literally thousands of craft beers, hard-to-find wines, craft whiskeys, and exotic spirits. Explore it all with expert help in person or explore online at lucaskc.com, where that incredible selection is all available to order for curbside pickup. And if you live in Missouri, they can even deliver it right to your door. Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstore. In the Northland, just west of Liberty and 152 in Flintlock. In Overland Park, near 119th and Metcalf. And in South KC at 135th and State Line.
Lucas Wine and Spirits Superstore. In a glass by itself.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
For years, me and my family have counted on Smokehouse Barbecue. For parties, for tailgates, and family celebrations, Smokehouse Barbecue has delivered. Burnt ends, baby back ribs, wings, and hickory pit beans all hit the spot for us every time we visit Smokehouse Barbecue. And Smokehouse has 3 convenient area locations in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa. Smokehouse Barbecue is the restaurant for me and my family, and for you and yours as well. Call or go online today to order at smokehousebbq.com. For over 30 years, family owned and operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
As a Shane Company jewelry consultant, I get to work with couples looking for their dream engagement ring. Many feel overwhelmed. They just don't know where to start. And that's what I love about my job. I get to make this important experience fun and easy. We don't work on commission, so there's no pressure. When you visit, first, I'll want to know, what are your ideas for your dream ring? What fits your lifestyle, your personality, your budget? Then we'll go from there. We'll look at ring settings and I'll show you options for the center stone. For example, if you choose a classic solitaire ring setting, I can show you how it'll look with different center stones, like a pear-shaped diamond or an oval pink sapphire. We have all shapes, colors, and sizes. If you're going for a big look with lots of sparkle, I can show you our halo ring settings. Or, if you want a ring that's ready to go, we can look at our perfectly preset styles. Visit your friends. We're in this together.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and ShaneCo.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
O'Reilly.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal premixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $6.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. See store for details. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The 610 Sports Radio phone line is brought to you by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. Visit getjim.com.
Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Technicians you can trust with your house keys.
At Anthony, we get the job done right the first time. That's why you know us as the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Right now, receive a furnace for free when you purchase a new AC. Schedule online today at anthonyphce.com.
What's trending?
All right, let's check in on the hot topics trending.
Number one on What's Trending, Royals baseball coming up at 2:05 right here on 610 Sports Radio. The first spring training game of the season, Cactus League opener. It'll be Daniel Lynch on the mound for the Royals going up against the Texas Rangers. And, of course, spring training baseball can be heard throughout the next month right here on 610 Sports Radio. And I know, based off of some of the guests we have had today, I can't wait to see kind of how Matt Quatraro, even in spring training, like just the vibe and from Vern being out there in the clubhouse, based on everybody we've talked to, it seems to be a pretty loose atmosphere. Jordan Lyles was just on with us. It had mentioned that some managers will have longer spring training, like on individual days at practice, and he's like, no, get your work done and then get off your feet. Like, just a different approach. And the players clearly, based on what we've heard, it seems like they really do like that.
That's a player's approach,
yeah,
for sure. I mean, the Royals are going to play 197 times the next 220 days. So I don't know that they need to stand outside in Arizona heat for the entire day in spikes just to try to prove a point. I don't think that they're wrong for thinking that.
Yeah.
Protect him a little bit. Jordan Lyles is a veteran. I'm sure at that point he would prefer to not be dealing with that. Next up on What's Trending, all three local schools will obviously be in action this weekend following, there's been a good season obviously for all. We're 2 weeks away this weekend from Selection Sunday. Missouri's going to take on Georgia. Kansas State will take on Oklahoma State this weekend. And then I can't remember who Kansas plays. I thought I had all three memorized.
West Virginia, dog.
The worst team in the Big 12?
West Virginia.
Yeah, versus the best team in the Big 12, so maybe put some respect on it.
Okay, but that's the worst team in the Big 12. And it's at home. They got no chance of losing that one. I'm going to watch that one on Saturday. It's a lock. Do you not like the way I say that? Does that make you feel like I'm jinxing it? They're currently tied for the best record with Texas, correct?
I refuse to take this game seriously, and neither should you.
We get that a lot. Who's
that one?
Who are the Roos?
I haven't done that in a while.
Who are the Roos playing?
South Dakota.
Did you have to look that up?
I said it pretty quick there, didn't I?
That was quick.
Yeah, but I think you may have already been anticipating the question.
No. South Dakota, but I don't know. I looked up their Summit League stands the other day. They're middle of the pack.
Where are the Roos?
That's where the Roos are, middle of the pack.
Oh.
Oral Roberts is undefeated in the Summit League, so they probably feel like the likely representative.
Wait, hold on. The Roos are middle of the pack, and they're 11-19. That gets you that's middle of the pack.
They're 7-9 in the conference.
Okay. On a run this year in the conference tourney?
There are a lot of team schedules in the early going to just get dunked on.
LSU.
Yeah, they're unfortunately on a lot of Power 5 program schedules to just go get beat.
Okay.
That's why they're 11-9. 7-9 in the conference, right in the middle. But Oral Roberts and South Dakota State, the continuous top teams of the conference for pretty much the better part of 20 years.
Cody, do you get offended when I do my impression of you?
Nah, not really.
But a little bit, because you said not really?
A little because I said not really?
Uh-huh.
It's fine, I guess. I told you, I don't think it's your best one.
Okay, so you do. Okay, so you actually do hate it.
That's not. I just said I didn't think it was your best impression. Ugh.
Next up on
punch me?
Real quick, get a punch out before the end of the weekend.
Yeah, you want to come punch me?
If Nick walks in here, will you punch him?
I bet you won't. I bet you won't do it.
Will you sign a waiver that says you can't go to HR?
No, we don't need to get management involved.
No, but just a verbal.
A verbal, I consent to this punch in the face? He's just nodding his head.
We got him on
Something
video.
we can't prove.
We have him on video nodding his head.
That's a good point. You didn't think about that video there, did you, Bucko?
Hey, Bucko's my game, pal.
Bucko is definitely his deal. That's definitely one of Nick's favorite words is Bucko. Next up on What's Trending, the Pac-12. Looking at finding their television partner, there was a report from Brett McMurphy at the Action Network today that said that Ion Television had emerged as a possible candidate for the Pac-12. Since then, Stuart Mandel has disputed that report and said his sources saying no. Ion Television is the network that has like 9 straight episodes of Hawaii Five-0.
Crime scene procedural shows. Criminal Minds,
like NCIS, all of the NCISs that exist, and maybe Pac-12 football, but there's conflicting reports, I should say, at this point.
Either way, their television rights negotiations are not going the way that they had planned, whether it be Apple TV Plus or them. Understandably, the Big 12s have gone significantly better, and the Pac-12 still feels like they're in trouble to everyone else. Next up on What's Trending, Russell Wilson is denying the report that he tried to get both John Schneider and Pete Carroll fired from his job in his final year there in Seattle, according to a report over at The Athletic. I got to be honest, it's pretty well sourced, and it talks about his time in Denver, and that ain't good either. He had a second floor, as in a completely different floor than all the players' office for him and his staff members, not people who worked for the Broncos. Claimed to have an open door policy, but again, players did not go up there. It was reportedly really, really weird there in Denver. Now, I think Sean Payton has already tried to put a stop to some of those things and try to bring those things back in order.
Yeah.
But the question is, is it too far gone? Can you do enough to make Russell Wilson a league average quarterback? That's not going to be enough to make you Super Bowl competitive, which is what they were planning on being when they traded for Russell Wilson. That move was not made to be like
Sean Payton got rid of that office thing was done quick.
Yeah.
They probably didn't have to have a conversation. It was just one of those where, Russ, I think, knew finally with Sean Payton being there. That's just not going to be allowed. You're not going to walk all over everybody else, especially after the year that you just had. Lastly, on What's Trending, Jeff Bezos has hired a firm to look into a possible bid on the Washington Commanders. We know Dan Snyder reportedly is seeking no less than $6 billion for the team. The NFL prefers some reporting Jeff Bezos to buy the team for a variety of reasons, but in order to do so, the thought is he would have to sell the Washington Post as well. Not because he doesn't have the money, but just there's some conflict of interest, if you will, and otherwise that might be part of the deal.
They don't want you owning an NFL team and the newspaper.
And Dan Snyder, I don't think wants...
And the largest company in the U.S.
Not to mention... In fairness, Dan Snyder used to own a sports radio station. Our boss used to work there, I believe. Dan Snyder used to own a sports
So Speck
radio.
is a part of the problem?
Speck once got a paycheck from Dan Snyder.
So
That's
you're
true.
linking
Dan Snyder and
Speck.
There's a connection.
That's tough.
We don't want to dig through Speck's emails.
No wonder he's leaving the country.
Yeah, I don't think they have extradition rights where he's going. It's all coming together.
So Rob is in charge next week.
Maybe forever. Who's to say?
And you know what's honestly, what's kind of fishy? Now come to think of it, Speck did alter his appearance before his trip. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah, he
I did, yeah. I'm pretty sure, by the way, in case you were wondering, bad news for you, Speck. U.S. and...
No, you can't say where he's going.
I can't? Okay.
You can't say the country he's going.
I can't? Okay.
Either way, the country he is going to,
by the way?
I don't know.
Privacy.
Okay. What, people are gonna, everybody else going to book a flight to that country to go hang out?
The second these emails get released.
Okay. Either way, where he's going does have extradition.
Oh.
You gotta go somewhere else, Speck.
Gotta find out one of those.
Hey, if the Chiefs hit the open market, how much would they go for?
4 to 5.
I mean, with Mahomes, you would think that they would go for a little bit more than normal because Mahomes.
More than normal, but they're not going for the same
like,
amount as some of the,
But it seems like every time a team
goes up for a higher amount.
Yeah, like the Broncos. So. I wouldn't have guessed the Broncos would go for $4 billion.
I mean, they're a major. I don't know. I guess I kind of want to see what Washington goes for. I feel like that's.
I just feel like the Chiefs brand is so strong.
Well, sure, stronger than it ever has been. If you're wondering what Forbes projected, it doesn't mean these are the end all be all. But I was trying to pull it up for the Chiefs, back the latest article from Forbes. Obviously, the Cowboys were the top. This article is now... See, paywall just hit me, sorry.
By the way, the Chiefs are the last franchise that will ever go up for sale.
The Chiefs, by the way, Forbes claims $3.8 billion. But
I think it'd probably be more like 5.
Yeah.
I just think Mahomes is like... weirdly enough, I'm dead serious. I think Mahomes might be worth like $1 billion in sale price.
Well, because any team who's selling it has the leverage of saying, hey, guess what? You're going to make a ton of money.
Look, here's an example. So Forbes had the Commanders at 5.6, and the report is that they're going to go for over 6. So even if Forbes has the Chiefs at 3.8, they're going north of 3.8. And
that's crazy to me that the Commanders, universally
Washington,
the
D.C.
worst franchise.
Remember the market that you're,
I know.
They're only the worst on franchise until you buy them, because then that owner doesn't own them anymore. So you get to... You get to make it better immediately.
The least valuable franchise in the NFL is listed as the Cincinnati Bengals.
And they got Joe Burrow, too.
But it's still been a bad franchise prior to that. And it's
What about when the
Cincinnati.
Jags, when that Khan bought the Jags a few years ago?
Well, they're worth 3.47 according to Forbes.
How much did he buy him for?
Shad Khan buys Jags. What's your guess?
2?
3?
Do we have a dollar amount on this? $770 million. What a steal.
What?
What a steal. Yeah, he bought it for $760 million. What a steal that was.
I mean, to be fair,
he's probably already tripled his damn
he bought
money.
the team in 2011. I mean, it's been over a decade, guys.
I'll be honest, I don't think market size should really matter when it comes to these sales.
Market size, the stadium that, kind of where your stadium
some of
situation.
it's that. The Chiefs stadium situation.
Massive when you think about like Chiefs fans.
And look for a lot too, Nick, is because the Commanders are going to get a new stadium here very soon. That's part of the process why the team is going to be worth more than what like Forbes is projecting it at.
Yeah, because the last 2 NFL teams, you'd mentioned how much the Broncos sold for. The one before that was the Panthers, you said, at 2.2. I think that was the last one.
The Richardson had to sell the team for.
You know who really got the steal, though, is Clark and Norma Hunt. You know what I bought the Chiefs for, Nick? $25K. It's a pretty good return on your investment.
No kidding.
$25,000. Although, in fairness, I think the houses bought theirs for $100, so they did even better somehow.
$100?
$100. That's how much they paid.
Excuse me?
$100. The Roonies paid $2,500 for the Steelers at the time they purchased them. Like, even just like Michael Bidwell, when he bought his, like the Bidwell family, you're like, what? That's all they paid back in 1930 even?
Yeah, but obviously, we gotta I get the point, but there's also a little bit of.
Yeah. Or the 49ers, they were bought for $17,000 in the 70s. It's good. Going down a rabbit hole now. Find out just how rich people got by buying NFL teams. Turns out, solid investment. No matter when you buy it, now or in the 70s.
It's just now, usually, you have to have an ownership group. Usually.
Yeah, you don't normally have the money. Someone might have had $17,000 lying around in the 70s.
And David Tepper bought the team by himself, Panthers, because he's loaded.
And Jeff Bezos.
Bezos doesn't have to have Jay-Z part of his ownership group if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and the Walton ownership group is pretty much just like, we're all siblings and have billions of dollars. Let's buy something together. Ownership group's kind of a stretch with them, too, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Mahomes not only owns the local, shares of the Royals or of Sporting and the Current and all that, but he's got that pickleball league too. He owns like a pickleball team.
Professional pickleball team.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do a Cody and Gold pickleball tournament?
Arrowhead should do one. Arrowhead should have a massive pickleball tournament.
We're probably not that far off from doing stuff like that.
Oh, I think it'll probably happen. Yeah. If Mahomes is involved with owning a team in that league, yeah, have it at Arrowhead. Go for it.
They did a Topgolf thing there once when they were first like.
Yeah, was it Topgolf or was it just like it was this big?
No, it was like before Topgolf was open. Here's what Topgolf is like, but they did it at Arrowhead.
Yeah, I knew they had people hitting them off basically the club level essentially. Yeah. I don't know if it was Topgolf.
It was. I went.
Was it actually Topgolf?
Yeah.
Or was it just a golf company?
No, it was Topgolf. It was like they were putting it on.
Interesting.
As like a. I don't know how. I've said it many times. I was there. It definitely was Topgolf.
Yeah, but to be fair, you do the same thing he's doing to you right now.
Wait, because I did it to you earlier.
Twice. I'll say the answer, and then you'll think that because you didn't get the answer you wanted, that you should just reword the question as if I'll answer it differently next time.
Yeah, sometimes. Just looking for that. Just grinding to a
like a
halt.
lawyer.
Is that what you would have been in a different life? You could go back and do it all over again. Would you be a lawyer, Nick?
No.
What would you do?
I don't know. Sanitation.
Such a weird answer. In what way?
Garbage man.
Okay. That's what we decided on.
I mean, good hours.
Is it?
I don't really know.
Is it really good hours?
I think they pay more than you expect because nobody wants to do it. That's the problem with this country. That's the problem with this country.
This is no way.
No. That is the problem with this country. We think we're too good for jobs like that. Too good to be a trash. Everybody wants to work. Oh, but I don't want to be a trash man.
Sanitation engineer, Nick, please. Thank you.
No, just trash man.
Mm-hmm.
This is awfully rich from a guy who just works in radio, sitting in his cushy job back there.
I don't need a fancy title. Just call me trash man.
No one's going to start calling you that.
Call me the trash man. From now on, guys.
The trash man?
Yeah. Or just Trash Man. You don't have to do the. Just call me Trash Man.
I don't want to do that. Do you want to do that?
Makes no sense whatsoever.
No relation to anything else he's doing. As a reminder, as the way this show is ending, we could probably use some interns to help keep us on track. Applications are open. Gold has sent the link to many people in the text line. It is available on our social media channels. So go look for an internship as you listen to Royals baseball coming up next here on 610.
Thanks to Jordan Lyles, Vinny Pasquantino for joining us earlier today on the show. We will be back at it on Monday. We'll have a full week of the full show together. Hope you do enjoy some Royals baseball. Good luck in poker tonight.
Thank you.
Last time around, who was it? Somebody just destroyed the...
Nick lost quite a bit of his money the last time, which might be why he's not coming this time. I did fine.
it.
Too rich.
Not on a Trash Man salary.
We don't even play. It's not like we're playing like 5-10 at my house. An expensive game, man.
We'll have fun doing that, man.
I hope you both come next time.
Maybe. You never know. Keep asking. Appreciate the offers.
I'm stopping. You've got one more invite left on you if you don't come.
That's fine.
Your invite's right.
Have a good weekend,
That's
everybody.
It.